Chapter 308. Hemtar managed to maintain his balance in the mud, stabilizing his body while supporting a spell shield. Thick, green blood flowed out of his body, and the robe on his upper body was soaked in blood. Just now, after being bombarded by the rocket artillery, the Demon Lord's avatar seemed to have been lured by keys to the top of the powder keg. He was really shocked and scared at that time, and now he was still scared when he thought about it. Fortunately, I prepared a shield spell. Hemtar secretly rejoiced. He made a casting gesture again, and the emerald magic shield around him became more solid. I almost made the same mistake again. This magic shield was extraordinary after his modification. Not only could it resist magic attacks, but it could also form a special force field to defend against physical attacks. The only problem was that using this magic shield had to consume the spellcaster's energy. If it was in the acid fog canyon of the bottomless abyss, the consumption of the tyrant worm's energy would naturally be negligible. But because Hemtar had descended to the Ashen World, he would have to bear a heavy burden to use this magic shield. If only the Shadow Crypt had not been destroyed, he thought to himself. Because of the loss of the Shadow Crypt, the whole set of magic items was missing, which greatly reduced the power of chaos it could provide. These damn mortals! Just as he was hesitating whether to shrink the magic shield a little, "My lord, save me!" A familiar prayer came to his mind. It was the last words of a demon servant when he died. "The bottomless abyss will accept you." Hemtar replied silently, not out of pity, but just to tell the truth. He now had more valuable things to consider. "They want to cut off my wings." After a moment of silence, the seawater in the fjord that was repelled by the magic shield was dyed with a layer of emerald green. The fish, shrimps, crabs, and turtles that originally lived in it were either blown to ashes or lying in the mud, suffering the pain of suffocation. The shrill sound rang in his ears again, and Hemtar knew that he was about to be baptized by the second rocket. "But I am the creator of the acid fogworm." He raised his hands to the sky as if he wanted to hug something. "Of course I have many wings." In the light curtain of the magic shield, countless bug-shaped runes began to flicker. Before the rocket hit, the light curtain shook violently. Instead of shrinking, it suddenly burst into pieces and sputtered in all directions. Those bug-shaped runes turned into sparks and sank into the bodies of many creatures on the seabed. Something unexpected happened. The skin and shells of these creatures that were about to die quickly fell off. The bug-shaped runes that looked like sparks instantly turned into larvae of acid mist worms, enjoying the seafood feast. By devouring these sea creatures of the Ashen World, the acid fogworm's growth. Even if the rocket exploding above their heads could not stop their instincts of eating, splitting, and regenerating, then something terrifying happened. Although some of the acid worms were killed by the rocket bombardment, some of them, who were in a state of rapid evolution and mutation, had gradually evolved a body structure to deal with the rocket bombardment. The backs of some of the acid worms swelled, and chitin shells quickly grew and thickened. Unless they were directly hit by the rocket, the aftermath of the explosion could not directly kill these demonic creatures. As the magic shield broke, a large amount of seawater poured in. In order to adapt to the underwater survival, the acid fogworms, or the worm demons that were mutating, began to grow physical characteristics similar to the sea creatures of the Ashen World. What's more, the worm demons that devoured the most sea creatures even activated the aquatic demon genetic material hidden in their bodies. Vesicles quickly formed in their bodies, in which there were various miniature versions of aquatic demon eggs. With the voluntary or passive choice of replacement, their bodies began to evolve into some terrible aquatic towers in the bottomless abyss. Helmthal, the demon lord incarnation of the tyrant worm, created an abyssal blood pool in the material plane with his own strength. When the rocket bombarded, the cunning demon finally got rid of the state of advanced teleportation. The spell of Demon Count Canini had been completely removed by him and directly left the bombardment zone. Thanks to the fact that he had been keeping a close eye on Helmful, the young blue dragon immediately noticed the situation. He quickly contacted the Ogre Brothers with his psionic power and asked them to temporarily postpone the launch of the rocket, so as not to waste the ammunition and, at the same time, to create more bomb-resistant demon creatures. In addition to Keys, the Grand Vader also noticed the pests created by Helmful, and he had more to worry about than the young blue dragon. Medich was a spellcaster, and he was not in a hurry to locate the Demon Lord incarnation. He first cast a spell. Spell Extreme, Freezing Ray. Due to the addition of the supreme magic effect, the light blue ray leaped from the Grand Vader's fingertips, and when it shone on the water near the mouth of the fjord, the water instantly froze. Ice walls rose from the bottom of the sea, and before the demon worm spread to other parts of the sea, it was first sealed off. After that, the Grand Vader could not help but frown as he looked at the increasing number of demonic creatures and the spreading of the chaotic power of the abyss, and the color of the sea gradually turned grayish-green. We must get rid of the Demon Lord incarnation as soon as possible. The Grand Vader was secretly alert. He never underestimated the destructive power of the demons. This fjord must be completely purified, or the poison will be endless, he calculated, wondering if he should also take out some of the trump cards that he had been hiding for a long time. At this moment, Keys, who had been looking for Helmful's hiding place, finally found something. Railgun. Without any nonsense, the young blue dragon directly used his best attack to express his attitude. He's moving to the shore in an invisible state, and his target should be your position. Through the psionic ability, Keys and the Ogre Brothers had been on the same channel, and the other party almost immediately received the young blue dragon's warning. Without any hesitation, the two brothers immediately ordered everyone to withdraw from the position, and at the same time activated the self-destruct device that was set aside when the position was set up. With the guidance of Keys's railgun, some spellcasters who were waiting on the shore and ready to attack also began to attack. In addition to Medich's black-robed mages who were constantly bombarding with spells, the camel shamans also summoned many elementals to help in the battle. Chapter 309. According to the season, Bite should be accompanied by cold rain after Opat Festival. The artillery fire that could burn the sky and boil the sea made the fjord boil, and the steam dispelled the faint mist. The bright sunshine sprinkled down, but it did not bring warmth. Instead, it seemed to be mocking him. The big-bellied general stood at the top of the tower, not to give orders, but because he could observe the entire coast at a glance from here, so he could see the magic war that he had never seen before. If ordinary soldiers get involved, a combat staff officer whispered, "Impossible. They have no chance of surviving." The big-bellied general interrupted his words. As an experienced veteran, the first thing that this powerful military noble had learned was never to deceive himself and others. Clay giants rose from the ground, water elements gushed out from the sea, magic missiles whistling through the sky. All kinds of spells were presented one after another as if they were in an exhibition. And the only invited guest was Helmut Hal. The overwhelming spells attacked the incarnation of the Devil Lord. Although most of the spells were not of high level, the quantity was enough to make up for the quality, and the momentum was really terrifying. The original idea of destroying the artillery positions on the coast had to be replaced by how to avoid such a dense attack. Fortunately, he had lifted the shackles of the advanced teleportation spell before, so he could frequently teleport and avoid some of the spells. Of course, it was only a part of it. Some targeted spells or instant effect spells still affected Helmut's body. This also made the wounds that had just healed burst again, and in an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. It seemed that the injury was not light. Continuous fire, super electromagnetic artillery barrage, due to the dense spell attack of his allies, plus his instinct. Oh no, he should be careful. Keyes did not rush to transform into the Megalosaurus form and go forward to beat up the incarnation of the Devil Lord who had fallen into the water. He just hovered in the air, added the spell First Strike on himself, and then continued to bombard from a distance. However, Hamtar did not have the attribute of a natural sandbag. After being beaten up, he had to find a way to get back his dignity. Surge charge! As he roared, a sound that ordinary people could not hear spread rapidly in the air. The acid mistworms that he had just released had already evolved into worm demons by devouring the creatures in this sea area. Feeling the call of the Creator, these strange creatures floated to the surface of the water and quickly swam towards the shore. This scene gave the young blue dragon a sense of déjà vu. The demonic fish he had encountered before had also controlled the demonic fish and armored monsters to launch a group attack from the sea towards the mainland. However, in terms of the average strength of the monsters, although the demon worm transformed by the demon lord relied on the flesh and blood of ordinary sea creatures for nutrition, they had the demon bloodline and were stronger than the demonic fish monsters and armored monsters. Don't let them enter the city. Standing at the top of the high tower, the big-bellied general saw this scene and immediately ordered, "These guys evolve by devouring flesh and blood. If we let them enter Bite City will be in danger." His order was quickly passed down through the ranks. The nearby Imperial Guards immediately took action. They set up defensive positions along the streets and alleys. Some buildings in the anchorage of the docks that were damaged but not completely collapsed were completely pushed down as barricades. The sewers used for flood discharge were filled with earth and stone mortar and temporarily blocked. All in all, everyone was desperately trying to stop the demon worm from landing or even entering Bite City. But as Napoleon said, conservative tactics are often overrated in war. Although Medici's defense strategy had done its best, it still left an opportunity for the demon worm to take advantage of. Many demon worm, which had strong bodies and evolved into creatures similar to the water tower in the bottomless abyss, acted as the vanguard and resisted the attack of the black-robed mage like a needle against an awl. As for those who had not fully evolved but still retained some of the physical characteristics of the sea creatures in the Ash world, they were driven by the chaos in their instincts and spread out to attack in all directions. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the defense side. Even if they arranged more obstacles on the main road, the demon worm's disorganized attack still made it difficult for them to deal with. For example, a warehouse, which was as solid as a fortress near the wall of the port, was used as a temporary shelter for the dock's livestock that had not been evacuated in time. But such a building with no military value was also attacked by the demon worm. Breaking through the door that was firmly locked by the door latch, the ferocious demon worm rushed in directly. While slaughtering the livestock, they greedily devoured their flesh and blood. They drank up the flesh and souls and ate the painful whales. These demon worm actually lapped and reproduced on the spot, and some even directly split out new demons from their own bodies. Any creature swallowed by the demon worm would strengthen their ranks. After that, those newborn demons would quickly join the feast of slaughter without a teacher. Your opponent is me. When the Grand Vader and the young blue dragon wanted to clean up these demon worm, Helmet's huge body blocked them. We still have some debts to settle. Of course, it was not easy for the demon worm to rush into Bite City. In the dock area of the anchorage, they looked for creatures to devour in the fjords and constantly strengthened their ranks. But when faced with the defensive position of the Imperial Guard Legion, they had to pay a lot of casualties. On the demon worm's side, Their ranks were rapidly increasing while their numbers were rapidly decreasing, forming a strange balance. On the other hand, on the Medici's side, there were not many casualties so far, but the number of long-range weapons was constantly decreasing. If the Imperial Guard Legion ran out of arrows and ballistas, they would only be left with hand-to-hand combat, and casualties would be inevitable. Even the fallen soldiers would become nourishment for the demon worm's army. Where are the two ogre subordinates of the Megalosaurus Pasha? The big-bellied general, who was paying close attention to the development of the situation, pulled his messenger over and said, "Find them and ask them how much of the previous ammunition they have, or if they can transfer the ammunition from Bite City. We need to build the artillery position that we use to snipe the great demon as soon as possible." Chapter 310. The demons of Tana were used to fighting with swords, fighting with spells, and bathing in blood on the battlefield. These demons of the abyss were well versed in the art of fear, and they liked it when their enemies feared them. Although it was frightening to talk about their terrifying origins, they were not willing to inherit their ferocious reputation from those horror stories that were circulated in the mortal world that could stop children from crying at night. Instead, they wanted to use their blood-stained claws to personally win all of this. Therefore, after the ammunition and arrows were gradually exhausted, under the fearless attack of the demon worms, the defensive positions of the Medic Praetorian Legion began to be lost one by one, and the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the demons. What was even more frightening was that just as the big-bellied general had expected, the corpses of the soldiers who died in the battle with the demon worms actually became nourishment for the demons and were devoured on the spot. Why isn't the supply camp here yet? Looking at the red crosses on the map one after another, the military aristocrat with real power shouted, "When the soldiers are all dead, who are we going to leave those arrows for?" "Kill the officer of the supply camp. He has to die in front of me." In all fairness, the big-bellied general rarely used harsh orders to reprimand his subordinates, but now he had no choice but to do so. Because even according to the standard of elite, if more than 1/3 of the Praetorian Legion died, they would definitely be defeated. In addition, the demon worms eating people on the street would frighten the Praetorian Legion, and the Praetorian Legion might collapse even faster. The current situation could be said to be precarious. "General," a messenger ran and opened the door curtain and knelt on one knee. Under the influence of inertia, he slid to the big-bellied general and cupped his fist. The two ogre generals under the command of Megalosaurus Pasha have led people to build temporary artillery positions. According to them, they are about to launch alchemy shells that are very targeted at the demon worms, which can effectively relieve the pressure on us. However, it is best for us to retreat a little to avoid being affected. Do as ordered. Go and pass the order. Let the boys retreat in an orderly manner about 2 blocks away, and then stand in formation and wait for orders. After receiving the order, the messenger with a pair of hairy legs turned around and ran out of the door like a gust of wind. About a few hundred yards away from the command center, the ogre brothers who had retreated from the cannons at the anchorage were leading the kobolds, hunchbacks, and polar bear men of the Dragonborn clan, busying themselves nervously yet orderly. They flattened out a large piece of land and set up cannons and some mechanical catapults. Thanks to the inventory of biomass muscles in the terminal, even if they lacked spring steel and other materials, these temporarily assembled machines performed well during the test firing. At the very least, they could be put to good use, which Dr. Paru had finally finished concocting the potion. In order to ensure that the commander of the Iron Rider demons wouldn't die, the ogre used his exquisite dissection skills to extract enough flesh and blood essence from the demon's body to create a standard potion. Immediately, Paru led his assistants, several hunchback shamans, and personally carried the potion barrels through the devastated streets of Limport district to meet up with his 2 brothers. You all know how the potion works. It induces the demon worms to evolve into a more powerful tannery, and then causes them to enter a state of physiological dormancy for a period of time. Paru loaded the potion into a special device. These devices would be installed on the catapults, and the only remaining rotorcraft to release and spray the potion. But you must control their energy intake during this period, or these will really evolve successfully. You'd better inform Keys and let him order the Medici mages to cooperate with the cannons and continuously attack the demon worms together. Scorched earth and cleared the field is definitely a good idea. A reply mixed with the sound of gears grinding suddenly sounded. The three ogre brothers turned around and saw that their two companions who had gone to track the demon servants had walked into the temporary command center. The hunchback shamans standing guard outside recognized the desert elves and let them pass. Mr. Paru's potion concoction skills have improved a lot, extending his metal palm. A probe drilled out of his fingertips and gently dipped it into the potion barrels. The steampunk half-lich then gave his evaluation of the potion, but just the cannons alone can't completely guarantee that the demons won't escape. And letting the humans enter that area to clean it up is more like giving consolation to the demons. After saying this, the spell consultant who was tricked by the young blue dragon clapped his hands and let out a burst of clapping. Seeing this scene, the desert elf Brock couldn't help but smile helplessly. It seemed that he wanted to continue showing off his skills in order to wash away the bad reputation of only being able to cast physical spells. With a hair-raising rustling sound, countless fine bone fragments drilled out from the corners of the walls, the cracks of the door, and any other gaps in the command center and slowly reassembled. They formed a skeleton puppet. In order not to be too eye-catching, I deliberately chose this separate design. Snader stepped forward and tapped the undead he summoned. The dense bones collided with his metal palms, producing a clattering sound. It's the most suitable way to send them to clean up the group of worms and demons. Not only will they not provide any supplies for those guys, but they can also separate and retreat, which will not cause any criticism. A good design would always be recognized by more people. This principle was applicable everywhere in the Ash world. After a simple discussion on the number of skeletal puppets and the specific location of the skeletal puppets, other than the sacred samurai Jensen and the young blue dragon who were not present, all the members of Quest Team came to an agreement and were ready to take action. In order to be able to effectively fire the entire anchorage, the newly built artillery positions were all equipped with the Heartless Cannon-type mortars, which required a specialized person to load the ammunition and preset the trajectory. The problem of ammunition was easy to solve. From the island world, Keys had accumulated a large number of saltpeter and sulfur, so he had a lot of gunpowder for storage. This time, coming to snipe the demons, Nero had brought a lot of cannonballs, which could still support for a while. The only problem was the preset trajectory. Except for the weapon master, Nero, who had the talent to use any weapon, and the half-lich Snade, who was proficient in calculation, the others were not good at this kind of delicate work. There was no way to teach everyone the calculation method in a short time, so Nero could only adjust the elevation angle and firing direction of the cannons one by one, and let the kobolds of the Dragon Clan only be responsible for loading the ammunition. When he finished all the adjustments, with an order, dozens of cannons once again played the symphony of death and justice. Chapter 311. The cannons fired, and the gunpowder exploded. Gray smoke rose and shrouded the small square. A rash polar bear warrior coughed because he had taken a deep breath, but he was still glad for himself. He was glad that he was only on the cannons and not in the area covered by the cannons. The worm demons were not so lucky. Their ugly bodies were exposed on the port, Near the anchorage, there was not even a single tile on their heads to provide cover. And this was just the beginning. The first round of mortar fire was only to weaken the enemy's strength. Even though Nehru was very confident in the weapons he designed, he did not believe that this level of attack could wipe out all the savage Tana monsters. The real fatal blow came from the second round of projectile fire, or the purring potion sprayed by the rotorcraft. The voodoo potion, which was originally made to stimulate the power of the bloodline, was the real killer weapon against the worm demons. However, they did not realize this point. Some of the worm demons that had not completely mutated began to show signs of evolving into stronger demons after being contaminated by the purring potion. They all went crazy. One had to know that in the bottomless abyss, weakness was the original sin. Every opportunity to become stronger was precious. If they could gain strength, the Tana would gladly drink poison to quench their thirst. Seeing that their own kind began to become stronger and more demonized, some worm demons that had just burrowed into the ground to avoid the bombardment also came out and pounced on the magical liquid floating down from the sky. In order to compete for the purring potion stored in a small puddle, some worm demons did not even mind launching fatal attacks on their companions. And those companions were most likely related to them by blood. The one who was competing with them for the purring potion might be their direct father, but under the temptation of great power, the worm demons did not mind treating them as competitors and as stepping stones to become stronger. Like ants attracted by a spoonful of honey, the worm demons tried their best to squeeze into the place where their companions gathered. They knew that there was a chance to become stronger there. In all honesty, Ogre Voodoo, Dr. Paru's purr potion was slightly inferior to the potions he had concocted in Acid Fog Canyon. After all, this was a dangerous mission, and there was too little time. The highest grade of demonic genetic material he could obtain was from a Steel Rider demon commander, compared to the Acid Fog Canyon plane where they could extravagantly use the flesh of the Baler as a catalyst. Even though the configuration method had been improved, the materials still limited the upper limit of the quality. But for the worm demons, this was enough. Most of them only needed a small amount of purr potion, and their skin would split open with a hissing sound. Their body structure would also change accordingly. Although the pain was unavoidable, the worm demons continued to advance, attempting to absorb more of the mystical liquid. The evolution of the Tana demons was essentially a transition in the level of life. It required a large amount of energy to replenish its own losses. After tasting the sweetness of the purring potion, the worm demons were unwilling to leave the land to hunt for food. Therefore, the only solution was to follow the old rules of the abyss, survival of the fittest. They began to hunt and kill each other. But at this moment, the Ogre brothers had finished concocting the purring potion. After receiving the news, they ordered to bombard the land with mortars again. At the same time, the separated skeletal puppet that Snade had high hopes for also turned into a gray snake and sneaked into the dock area. In the process of evolution, the body functions of many worm demons were weakened to varying degrees, and their movements became sluggish. If they were in the abyss, most of the time, their evolution would be completed in a relatively safe hiding place. But now, the catalysis of the purring potion was too fast, and they fell into a state of paralysis before they could even hide. The stronger the worm demons were, the more potions they could snatch, and the more severe their symptoms would be. Many of the worm demons that had slaughtered all the competitors around them and enjoyed a large dose of the purr potion for themselves. They collapsed on the ground and evolved rapidly. When the ogre's mortars played the prelude to death again, they could only endure the baptism of the cannon fire. On the contrary, some weaker worm demons escaped the disaster. Since they did not have the opportunity to snatch the purring potion, they were still in a relatively agile state. But even if they escaped the bombardment of the cannon fire, the little pet of the steampunk Demolic would not let them go. The skeletal puppets killed the worm demons one after another and turned them into part of the undead army to contribute their strength to this small-scale undead calamity. Every time a worm demon fell, a new one would stand up. If they encountered a powerful worm demon that was difficult to deal with, all the separated skeletal puppets nearby would gather and fuse into stronger undead creatures to complete their work. That's right, work. Under the control of the Demolic Snade, the undead army seemed to have the same personality as their summoner. Not only were they not inferior to the worm demons in slaughtering efficiency, but they were also orderly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The number of worm demons in the dock area was rapidly decreasing due to the excessive number of transformed skeletal puppets. Many of them were accidentally hit by the cannons, and there were friendly casualties. As a last resort, a large number of skeletal puppets disintegrated and turned back into separated skeletal puppets. They were still in a grass-gray snake formation, winding their way down to the shore of the dock and diving into the bottom of the fjord to kill the worm demons that had not yet landed on land. At this moment, the soldiers of the Medic Praetorian Legion, who had just recovered from the shocking sound of the cannon fire, poked their heads out from the defensive position to see if the worm demons were attacking, and found that the entire dock area of the port area had turned into a piece of white land. The remnants of the remaining buildings were basically unable to affect their vision, and the tragic scene of the battlefield could be seen at a glance. But what was surprising was that although there were traces of yellow-green blood splattered in many places, the worm demons that had caused many casualties to the Medic Praetorian Legion had suddenly disappeared without a trace. There were almost no damaged bodies. Chapter 312. Death is never the end of life, Snader said, as he stepped into the charred dock area. The steampunk Demolic was used to checking the results of his experiments in a timely manner and personally recording the data. Hatred is. The skeletal puppets summoned by him had basically completed the elimination of the demon worms. Although there were some problems, they were all solved by Snader in time. In short, the mission was completed thoroughly. Some of the black-robed mages of Medici also participated in the work of resisting the demon worms. Therefore, they were able to see the amazing skills of the legendary spellcasters, the skeleton catastrophe that combined the techniques of the 3 different schools of spells, enchantment, and necromancy. The so-called skeleton catastrophe was a disaster caused by the large-scale outbreak of skeletal puppets. This name was given by Snader casually, and the purpose was only to distinguish it from the ordinary undead catastrophe spell. If one were to say that the starting point of this terrifying disaster was those worms that had died tragically, then the ending point of this disaster was the tyrant worm who had an unresolvable conflict with the Demolic and his demon lord incarnation that had descended into the Ash world. Hemtar. After analyzing the parasitic spell of the tyrant worm for more than 300 years, Snader had already learned a lot of information about it, including prophecy spells. He knew the name of the demon lord incarnation, and he would never forget it. "You will die here, I said it." Although the latter sentence was secretly said in Snader's heart, it should be known that his promise to himself was generally firmer. As his mechanical claws were embedded in the ground, the Demolic, whose body was made of machinery and metal, raised his arms and pointed his 5 fingers to the sky. Dark red lightning surged wildly from the energy storage module in his chest and gathered in his hands. He stretched out his fingers, and the electric current turned into a waterfall rushing into the sea ahead. The separated skeletal puppets, which had long disappeared, quickly gathered together like sharks that had smelled blood. They bit each other, and a huge black shadow quickly formed under the sea. Even Hemtar, who had been fighting the young blue dragon and the Grand Vader in the air, had noticed the situation here. and had even suffered some minor injuries as a result. Well, you still have to wait a little longer. After completing the casting action, the Demolic took out a small leather bag from his robe and poured out some ashes that emitted a pale yellow light into the sea. Don't worry, I won't let you wait too long. These bone ashes were taken from the brown dragon that Keyes had killed. Now, they had become the catalyst for Sneyd's summoning spell. After dispersing in the sea water, the speed at which the skeletal puppets were continuously gathering became a little faster, and they gradually began to take shape. Huge skulls that shone with the light of soul flames were elongated and widened. Terrifying teeth made of dense bone spikes grew between the upper and lower jaws, and sharp claws grew on the huge limbs. The wingless megalosaurus, which was completely composed of skeletal puppets, appeared under the waves. Except for the lack of those leather scales, its appearance was no different from an ancient dragon, and its appearance was just as ferocious. Of course, this was only a high imitation, made of skeletal puppets. Although it looked very similar, its combat power was still not comparable to a real ancient dragon, and when the additional spells were exhausted, or when it suffered a destructive attack, it could no longer become a skeletal puppet. It could only break into a large pile of useless bone fragments. But this was not a problem. For Sneyd, this skeletal brown dragon was just a consumable. As long as it could inflict heavy damage on Hemtar, or even just bring some trouble to him, its birth was valuable because it had inherited the brown dragon's habit of lurking under the sand. This skeletal brown dragon had been swimming under the sea after it was formed, and it seemed that it had no intention of revealing itself until it adjusted its angle and seemingly moved inadvertently. It suddenly jumped out of the water to grab its target and pounced on the half-human, half-worm incarnation of the Demon Lord. Its pounce was very difficult to dodge due to its unexpected effect. Hemtar only had time to cast a force field shield for himself, but it was broken by the skeletal brown dragon's sharp claws. It grabbed its opponent tightly and used its own weight to drag its prey down to the sea. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth to bite at its opponent's heart. The dark, corrosive energy lingered on its black teeth, and ordinary people would know at a glance that it was not easy to deal with it. And it was indeed so. In a moment of carelessness, a large piece of flesh was bitten off by the skeletal brown dragon from Hemtar's roundworm body. Light green, strong acidic blood flowed out, but it also eroded many of the skeletal brown dragon's teeth. Sandstorm. As if it did not care about the damage it suffered, the skeletal brown dragon methodically launched an attack on its prey. Different from the first hunting technique, this time it displayed the brown dragon's unique innate magic ability. A huge ball of sand gathered on the surface of the sea, wrapped around the skeletal brown dragon and Hemtar, and kept spinning. Some of the bone spurs on its body fell off and merged into the dancing wind, adding a bit of power to the sandstorm. As if it had been cut into pieces, countless wounds that were not fatal but not shallow were instantly spread all over Hemtar's body. Your fate has been determined. In the skeletal brown dragon's eye sockets, the soul flame was shining. Using mental waves, Sneyd accurately transmitted his words to the Demon Lord Incarnation's mind. Today is the day of thy death. With the half-lich Sneyd's good wishes, the skeletal brown dragon used its own body to clamp down on Hemtar. Under the opponent's continuous hammering, the skeletal brown dragon was on the verge of disintegration, but it still smashed straight into the sea with the Demon Lord Incarnation. Spell Extreme, Dimensional Anchor. The light purple light caught up with Hemtar, who had fallen into the water, and the Grand Vader personally cast a spell to seal its teleportation ability again. At this time, after some effort, the mage incarnation of the worm Tyrant finally got rid of the skeletal brown dragon's control and struggled to surface. But how could the young blue dragon, who had seized the opportunity to beat the dog when it was down, give up? In the surprised eyes of the other party, Keyes changed his usual style and changed back to his dragon form, once again pressing Hemtar, who had just floated up into the sea. Light blue flames spurted out from Keyes' mouth, and the flames, with the effect of force field and high heat, enveloped Hemtar from head to toe. Chapter 3:13. The eternal sun had risen, and the shadow of the long night was still there. It was a bright morning, and the colors of rose, gold, and lavender were intertwined in the sky. But no one was in the mood to appreciate it, because they knew that the color of the sky was dyed by the terrible power of magic. And all of this was caused by the great demon who suddenly came to Bite City and wreaked havoc. Under the management of the army, the citizens of Bite City evacuated to the grassland outside the southern land wall one after another. Most of them would look back at their homes in the north from time to time, thinking about the property that they had not taken away in time. But for them, the only thing they could do was to wait for the notice to return home or be moved to a farther place by the army. At present, only Essador and the soldiers loyal to Pharaoh were left in Bite City. Even the nobles of Medic had tried their best to evacuate the city. Your Majesty, an attendant strode into the building that was used as a temporary command post. His robe was still spotless. The war did not affect this official's pursuit of etiquette. He put one hand on his chest, bowed, and said, "According to the news from the front line, the army has resisted the demon's attack in the Lingang district. The Grand Vader and the Megalosaurus Pasha are working together to fight back against the demon. After a busy night and a great battle in the mirror world, Ascinder's spirits were lifted by the good news. It was as if he had just drunk a glass of bubbling wheat beer in the afternoon after being tormented by the scorching sun." He nodded. "Pay attention to the situation in the front line at all times. Keep a close eye on the transportation of weapons from the armory. The supply camp must bear the responsibility of replenishing weapons, food, and water for the soldiers. Not only the attendant who came to deliver the news from the front line, but also some attendants standing on the left side of Pharaoh hurriedly responded. They filed out and went to carry out the orders of the monarch. According to the information from Commander Winfong, seeing that most of the attendants had left the room, a consultant who was responsible for reporting special information said concisely in a low voice, "In this disaster, 7 noble families were killed, and 23 rich merchants with a net worth of more than 100,000 silver cats were also killed. What's the lower limit of the reconstruction cost of Lingang district that you've estimated? 3 million silver cats. That should be enough to restore the port area's functions. It's mainly used to rebuild the docks, repair the bazaar, and build a few shipyards to replenish the lost ships. The ownerless wealth should be enough." The consultant spoke very quickly, but that did not affect the rigor of his logic. He carefully made his own professional assessment. It wasn't too bad news. Sitting on the temporary throne, Eshin removed the ice blanket that had been used to lower his temperature and exhaled a breath of white air. "Then hurry up and do it. Try to finish the entry of the funds before the citizens return to the city. Be careful not to cause any criticism." After saying this, he felt that he had recovered some of his strength. Pharaoh of Medici ordered the Naroya guard in charge of security to follow him to the front line to supervise the battle. "I want to see that demon being skinned and pulled out with my own eyes." He was still a little worried, but what he did not know was that Keyes, who was facing Hemtar directly, was even more worried than him. How could he be skinned and pulled out? Only ground to dust was worthy of the mage incarnation of the tyrant worm. After transforming into the form of a megalosaurus and evolving 3 times, his body size had exceeded that of an ordinary ancient blue dragon. If it wasn't for the translucent scales covering his entire body, which made him look hazy. Quest's body would have looked even bigger. In the battle, as he engaged in a fierce melee with Hemtar, the power of the blue dragon in the young man's body was greatly developed. Not only did he reveal an unstoppable power in his every move, but his body also gradually began to become transparent. It was as if he had been cast with the greater invisibility spell. Although Hemtar's vision had the ability to see through invisibility, Key's body also had an effect similar to the displacement spell. His position was always offset in the eyes of other creatures. Moreover, what made Hemtar's headache even more was that the power of the dragon made Keys have no smell at all. Even as the incarnation of the tyrant worm, who had an extremely strong sense of smell, there was nothing he could do. It was very difficult to rely on his senses to lock onto the young blue dragon. Originally, Hemtar had also prepared a shadow niche to replenish his energy, but the existence of those magical items had also been discovered by the mercenary team from another dimension brought by Keys, and now they were being destroyed one by one. Without the charging post, the endurance of the demon lord incarnation was greatly reduced. He had to use spells according to his income. Some of the defensive spells against himself could not be used at will at this time. In an even more unfavorable situation, his greater teleportation ability was shackled again. It was really difficult to avoid the young blue dragon's ferocious attacks. There were many times when he had no choice but to take the attack head-on. However, until now, this great demon still had not given up on the hope of revenge. No matter how much damage Keys inflicted on him, or how much corrosive and strong blood flowed out of him, he could always recover in a very short time. Even the large piece of flesh that was gouged out by the skeletal brown dragon had already grown back. This guy is indeed the incarnation of the tyrant worm. Keys used a breath with a cone-shaped force field to tear apart the opponent's worm body, but watched the wound heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He could not help but sigh in his heart. His regenerative ability is too strong. At the same time, the young blue dragon was not without gains in the continuous attacks. He keenly noticed that Hemtar's counterattacks seemed to be gradually weakening. There were a few times when Keys was very sensitive to strength. He could feel that the opponent's strength seemed to have weakened a little. It seems that this demon is also weak. He has to mobilize his strength in order to repair his damaged body immediately. Keys maintained the rhythm of rapid attacks, while secretly thinking, "Now seems to be the time." Yazzie! His psychic ability was suddenly activated, and he connected to the Yazzie behemoth that was quietly lurking over. This synthetic war beast born from the remains of the Leviathan derivative was now activating invisibility. It crossed the ice wall that the great Vader sealed off the fjord and lay in ambush at the bottom of the sea, waiting for an opportunity. Upon sensing the summoning of its creator, the gigantic beast that hunted devils as its survival instinct immediately became excited. It shot out a crimson ray from its eyes and shone directly on Hemtar, who couldn't dodge in time. Yazzie's resentment. Chapter 314. The Yazzie's resentment, which had a unique spell effect, accurately hit Helmful. Unlike some offensive spells, the Yazzie's resentment would not immediately cause the victim's flesh to be torn apart, nor would it put his life in danger. However, it was like a dagger piercing into the heart of the evil demon lord incarnation. It was accurate, sharp, and hit the vital point. After a slight stinging pain, Helmful realized that he seemed to be a little more tired. There was a substantial resentment lingering around his body, and there seemed to be no way to get rid of it, because his main body in the bottomless abyss had already been sealed as a god, and his domain of divinity happened to include revenge. He was no stranger to resentment. Originally, Helmful thought that he could easily get rid of the spell effect. However, after a little test, He realized how difficult it was to get rid of this force. It was like bone gangrene. Every time he used his power to get rid of it, the target of the Yazi's resentment would change. What he didn't know was that the Yazi giant beast was born from the remains of the Leviathan derivative. The reason why the Leviathan derivative became fragmented was that a large number of acid mist worms parasitized its body, absorbed nutrients, and broke out of the cocoon. Therefore, if the Yazi giant beast's resentment towards the worm devils, which contained the genetic information of other Tanaree, was only partially targeted, then it could be said that the Yazi giant beast had a lot of resentment towards the acid mistworms that ate its flesh and blood. The tyrant worm was the creator of the acid mistworms, and Helmful was a clone of the tyrant worm. They were naturally very compatible with the acid mistworms, so the Yazi's resentment had a very serious effect on them. The most direct manifestation of this spell's effect on the evil demon lord incarnation was that its movement speed had obviously slowed down. Keys's sharp claws had dug out many pieces of flesh from its body in just a few breaths. The Yazi giant beast also found the right time to hang on its body and tear it apart wantonly, just like what the skeletal brown dragon had done previously. Shrinking spell. Enlarging spell. Two spells with completely opposite effects were cast on Helmful's body at almost the same time. However, Hemtar was the one who used the shrinking spell. He wanted to shrink his body to reduce the cost of healing his wounds, and at the same time gain some agility bonuses. And the one who used the gigantification spell was the Great Vader, who had been focusing all his attention on countering the spell. When the Demon Lord's incarnation recited the first syllable of the shrinking spell incantation, he guessed the other party's intentions. Helmtar's plan did not succeed, but it provided some inspiration to the Yazi behemoth that was hanging on his body. The monster that was born from the remains of the Leviathan immediately shrank its body to the size of a sand hyena. It did not care about the damage caused by the other party's acidic blood and desperately drilled into the wound. In pain, Hemtar tried his best to shrink the worm body of his lower body. He wanted to use the strength of his muscles to crush the Yazi that had drilled into his body to death. However, the ferocity of the Yazi was beyond his imagination. While constantly digging into Helmful's flesh, the monster also tried its best to open its mouth and devour the flesh of the Demon Lord's incarnation. In the beginning, the acidic blood would burn the Yazi's throat. It could only rely on its monstrous hatred to forcefully overcome this pain. But later, because the Yazi also had a portion of the active adaptation ability of its creator, the young blue dragon, it was able to gradually adapt to the pain. It gradually adapted to the strong acid damage. Not only did the burned parts of its body gradually heal, but it even secreted strong alkaline saliva, making it easier for it to devour the acidic flesh of Hemtar. What was even more terrifying was that, just like some special demons in the lower levels, the Yazi's appetite was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much flesh it swallowed, it would quickly be converted into its own energy. Therefore, it did not show any signs of being full. Moreover, similar to absorbing the power of chaos accumulated in the shadow spirit niche, the power of demons was not only a supreme delicacy, but it could also bring more power to the Yazi. This was especially true for the flesh and blood that came from the Demon Lord's incarnation. Helmful, who had always used acid mistworms to parasitize other life forms, could never imagine that he would suffer the pain of parasitism one day. The so-called karma was probably used to describe this situation. However, demons did not deserve to be pitted. At least, Keys did not have the leisure to worry about the physical health of the enemy in front of him. His goal was very clear. That was to get rid of the trouble of Helmful as soon as possible. It would be best if he could get rid of it completely. Even if he could not, he had to at least drive it out of the Ashen world. Therefore, While the Yazi was stirring up trouble in the body of the half-human, half-worm incarnation of the demon lord, the young blue dragon joined forces with the Grand Vader to put on a set of shackles shining with a light blue brilliance. Pay attention to counteracting his spells. Don't let him escape. Using his psionic ability, Keyes projected his intentions into the mind of the Grand Vader. Next, I will give him enough fatal damage. He got a positive reply. The young blue dragon immediately acted. Target calibration, spell-locking assistance has been activated. His mind was linked with the Leviathan above the ninth heaven. Judge's staff ready. Throw. Order received. Confirm execution. With a hint of excitement in the reply, the Leviathan, which was urgently dispatched by Keyes, could not wait to avenge its dead derivative. It carried 2 tungsten rods and had been hovering in the air for a long time. After calibrating the target, it opened the hatch of the belly cabin. At the same time, it used the newly generated tissue in its body similar to an electromagnetic induction coil to provide the initial speed of an arrow leaving the bow for the tungsten rods to fall. At the same time, under the action of gravity, the 2 tungsten rods fell one after another. Due to the high heat generated by the friction with the air, the surface of the tungsten rods changed from black to dark red and brown intertwined. Then it became bright red, then mottled orange. And then, before it melted, the tungsten rods hit their target, the incarnation of the demon lord whose mobility was restricted. Like a spear thrown from the sky by the gods, the space-based weapon called the Judge's Staff, wrapped in terrifying high heat, fell heavily on the body of the half-human, half-worm incarnation of Helmuter. The first time, the lower body of the worm-shaped body was completely blown up. The high temperature instantly evaporated the flesh and blood, and only some charcoal-like embers sputtered in all directions. The second time, Helmuter, who reacted, hurriedly cast a magic shield for himself again. The emerald shield flashed and shattered, but because of the obstruction, the second tungsten rod only penetrated the body of the demon lord incarnation. While he was still in shock, Keyes rushed toward Helmuter with all his strength. Chapter 3:15. A sharp dragon claw was imprinted on Helmuter's face, and the other touched the tungsten rod that was deep in his chest. Keyes pressed and twisted hard, and the wound on the demon lord's avatar instantly expanded several times. The entire chest was twisted into a pile of rotten flesh. The weapon that had been used to kill the camel god in the island world once again proved its power. After 2 consecutive hits, Helmuter's half-human, half-worm body was only left with less than a quarter of its original size. Most of his body was not only blown into pieces, but also turned into charred fat residue in the high temperature. There was no possibility of recovery by relying on the regenerative ability. In addition, the Grand Vader was obstructing him from the side, constantly counteracting his attempts to suppress the injury and heal himself. This demon lord's avatar had become an arrow at the end of its flight and was on the verge of collapse. However, the last straw that broke the camel's back was not the Grand Vader or the young blue dragon, but the Yazi beast that broke out of his body after devouring his flesh and blood. The bombardment of the Judgment Staff just now did not cause too much damage to this monster that was created from the remains of Leviathan. It shrank its body and desperately hid in Helmuter's chest and abdomen area, thus escaping the disaster. How are your injuries? Using the psionic ability, Keyes connected with his creation. The Yazi beast shook its body. My situation is okay. The flesh and blood of demons are really nutritious. It stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. At least it won't be a problem to fight another battle. Unfortunately, you may not have this opportunity for the time being. Helmuter's body finally stopped moving like a melting candle. His body, along with his ambition of revenge on the young blue dragon, gradually collapsed and disintegrated. However, to be honest, the tyrant worm's avatar's body was indeed extraordinarily tough. It was even comparable to the real body of the camel god in the island world. This also caused the aftermath of the Judgment Staff explosion to be limited to the vicinity of the avatar's body and did not spread to cause more damage. I will eventually return. Your lives are temporarily. Suddenly, a furious roar resounded between heaven and earth, and a huge worm-shaped phantom emerged from the seawater dyed dark green by Hemter's blood. At the same time, Hemter's body began to disintegrate even faster. His remaining flesh and blood rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally condensed into a ball of foam that emitted a shocking stench. Burning cloud technique. Worried that another accident would happen, the quick-witted Grand Vader immediately cast a spell to burn the remains of the Demon Lord's incarnation. The young blue dragon also added a breath of blazing dragon breath. The flames burned away the stinking foam left behind by Hemtar, but it could not stop an obscure wave from shooting out from it and into the counterclockwise vortex that slowly appeared on the surface of the sea. Hidden in Bite City, the few remaining shadow niches exploded at the same time. Before Hemtar was destroyed, he secretly extracted the power of chaos stored in them and combined it with the power of the tyrant worm to open a way for his soul to survive. That vortex is connected to the bottomless abyss. Keyes discovered the problem, but it was too late to stop it. In a split second, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Maybe it's the acid fog canyon bit wall. If there are enough demons, we can devour them together. The Yazi behemoth understood how Ren's intention, a cruel smile, appeared on its ferocious dragon head. As you wish, I can also get what I want. Why should I be afraid of failure? As it spoke, the creature created by Keyes first cast a grateful look at the young blue dragon. Then, without looking back, it turned into a stream of light and jumped into the gradually disappearing vortex. The mist that shrouded Bite City soon dissipated as the vortex on the surface of the sea disappeared. As the mist dissipated, the sickly eternal blazing sun was also revitalized. It slowly climbed in the sky and seemed to have expanded a little. The scouts of the Imperial Guard Regiment, who had been paying attention to the battle, quickly passed the news of victory to their commanders. Then, through the reports, they finally passed the news to Pharaoh, who had arrived at the frontline command post. We won. King Medic stood in the middle of the command post and announced loudly to the generals who were loyal to him. Although he was still worried about the losses in Bite City, Inder still smiled and tried to influence the people present. It seems that we have to prepare for another celebration after Opat Festival. Other food doesn't matter. The big-bellied general also heaved a sigh of relief. Knowing the king's heart, he joked, I just hope that there is enough cherry liquor in His Majesty's cellar. I didn't drink enough last time. After a burst of laughter, the military orders were passed down in an orderly manner. There would be a celebration, but not now. At least before the refugees who had retreated to the outside of the city were settled and the losses caused by the demon disaster were calculated, the Imperial Guard Regiment would not be idle. They still needed to be vigilant and on high alert. After the arrival of the incarnation of the Demon Lord, although Bite City was not completely destroyed, the Lingang district, an important commercial district, was really devastated and collapsed. The dock workers, merchants, and sailors who originally lived here became homeless. Many warehouses, along with the goods stored in them, were burned to the ground by the flames of war. The Grand Bazaar, which carried 2/3 of the city's trade, was now a ruin. In the process of moving the citizens back to Bite, all the residents of the Lingang district were temporarily gathered. They had to wait until the citizens of other districts were settled down before they could make unified arrangements. This work was extremely arduous. As the saying went, destruction is always easier than construction. When the order was rebuilt, the bureaucratic system of the whole city was challenged again. The Grand Vader and Keyes, as the main contributors to driving away the incarnation of the demon lord from the Ashen world, could not immediately enjoy the flowers and applause. The Grand Vader of Medic cast a spell at the first moment, preparing to set up a super-large enchantment in the fjord to prevent anyone from being contaminated by the seawater contaminated by Hemtar, and leaving behind any hidden dangers. The young blue dragon, on the other hand, ordered the Ogre brothers to lead the team to evacuate Bite to prevent other people from leaving an excuse. At the same time, he asked the half-lich Snade to work with him to study how to remove the components of the demon's flesh in the seawater. However, just as he was concentrating on preparing to cast a spell to examine the seawater, an obscure wave suddenly passed through several planes. The young blue dragon was instantly stunned. Chapter 3:16. Keyes would never have dreamed that he would actually receive a gift from the bottomless abyss, and it was right after he killed the incarnation of a demon lord. But the truth was just that bizarre, and the reason was that he had a sudden inspiration to arrange the Yazi behemoth to enter the bottomless abyss. It was just that he did not expect that the feedback would come so quickly, and the feedback was actually the famous will of the abyss itself. The bottomless abyss was the home of the demons, but it was not ruled by the demons. Even those high and mighty demon lords only controlled the life and death of low-level demons. In fact, the bottomless abyss did not reject outsiders, including some evil existences such as fallen gods. They could all build their own shelter there and find their rightful place in the abyss. For those who took the initiative to enter the bottomless abyss and could contribute to its complex and inclusive ecological chain, the bottomless abyss was never stingy with its gifts, and the Yazi behemoth, powerful, cold, tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and killing demons was the meaning of its existence. Its existence itself catered to the ecology of the bottomless abyss, where only the fittest survived, so it easily received the favor of the will of the abyss. As the creator of the Yazi behemoth, the young blue dragon Keyes also received a gift from the bottomless abyss. This was not a coincidence. In the long history of the abyss, there had been many beings who had contributed to the ecology of the abyss, and they had all enjoyed this privilege. The tyrant worm, who had created the acid mist worms, was one of them. In the bottomless abyss, they had the glory of the creator. As the species they created were burdened generation after generation, the population size gradually expanded, and this bonus brought them more and more benefits. And this benefit was the abyssal origin power, a great power that no one knew of but had existed since time immemorial. But Keyes was not a demon. He was not even a creature of the chaos side. The abyss force, which was like the emperor molasses in the eyes of all demons, became a fatal hidden danger in the young blue dragon's body. It was not to say that the abyssal origin power was a deadly poison. It could indeed make Keyes stronger, but it would also change him from the inside out. Not only his body shape and faction affiliation, but even his independent will and mode of thought would gradually be abyssed. If active adaptive ability was compared to a machine, then at this moment, in order to resist this life-threatening gift, Quest had no choice but to increase the power of the machine to the maximum and even overload it to resist the influence of the abyssal origin power on him. Reason told him that this was not a good time to deal with his own problems, but his body's instincts did not allow the young blue dragon to think too much. Snade, who was standing beside Keyes and had been entrusted by him to study how to purify the seawater contaminated by Hemtar's flesh, was the first to notice his abnormality. "Sir Keyes, is there a problem?" The Demolic waved his hand to set up a protective barrier, which not only provided some protection for the two of them, but also could prevent others from probing. "Your face looks very pale now." Not only did he look pale, but under the influence of the abyssal origin power, the young blue dragon, who had turned into a human form, had turned red. The only thing that was worth rejoicing was that his eyes were still clear and did not become crazy and violent because of the influence of the abyssal will. Divine power can't neutralize the abyssal origin power. After trying a few times, Keyes no longer used the divine power he plundered from the camel god to suppress himself. He found that it would only backfire. If my current body can't bear this power, then suddenly the young blue dragon had an epiphany. He no longer used his active adaptive ability to resist the abyssal origin power. He used his psionic ability to create his own spirit crystal servant with the ability he got from the Gith Sage. Why could demons absorb the abyssal origin power smoothly and not have a rejection phenomenon like Keyes's? Was it just because they were evil? And the reason was so simple. The answer, of course, was no. Thanks to his knowledge inheritance that was far beyond his age, Keyes knew that this problem was actually related to the life form of demons. For demons of the lower realm, the body was not only the carrier of the soul, but the body was the manifestation of the soul. In other words, the life form of soul and body as one was the basic condition for them to be able to absorb the abyssal origin power. Keyes was not a demon of the lower realm, and naturally he could not do this. Every time he absorbed the abyssal origin power, his soul and body would be further alienated, and this was also the reason why he felt pain. But the spirit crystal servant created by the psionic ability was different. This kind of creation that was materialized by psionic ability did not have a soul, and its existence itself was a combination of mind and will. From a certain point of view, the spirit crystal servant might be more suitable than the lower realm demons of the soul and body as one to be the carrier of the abyssal origin power. It was more suitable to carry the abyssal origin power that was transferred over. There had been mages who studied psionic abilities, and they believed that the spirit crystal servant was a special magical pet of psionic ability users. In fact, the relationship between the spirit crystal servant and the psionic ability user was closer than the relationship between the magical pet and the mage. The spirit crystal servant was more like a clone of the psionic ability user, although in most cases, the spirit crystal servant was only used by its creator to store additional psionic ability for use in battle, because all forces tended to move in the direction of least resistance. When Keyes's spirit crystal servant was created, the abyssal origin power sensed it and happily gave up on occupying the young blue dragon's body and turned to pour into the spirit crystal servant. With the continuous influx of the abyssal origin power, this originally colorless and transparent crystal was instantly dyed black, like a polyhedral black crystal shining with restrained brilliance floating above Keyes's head. With a flash of thought, the spirit crystal servant was taken back into the young blue dragon's body. Although it was soaked in the abyssal origin power, it would no longer affect Keyes in the slightest. That is, Snade's voice was a little shaky. When the abyssal origin power poured into the spirit crystal servant, the legendary level Demolik keenly felt the vast power, and he already had some guesses. A sugar-coated bullet. Keyes replied jokingly after letting out a sigh of relief. The sugar-coated bullet is eaten, and the bullet is also stored in the armory. Mr. Spell Consultant, you are really lucky. You followed the right boss and met a good employer who is diligent and thrifty. Snade was speechless. Chapter 317. Stacks of documents were piled up on Essinder's desk. A large number of reports, official documents, orders, and lists were piled up in a mess. The attendants were all busy, and no one had time to tidy them up. These were all related to the short but cruel war in Bite City, but Essinder's mind was not there. He held an unopened letter in his hand. The purple seal was branded with the silver emblem of the Obsidian Council. He tore open the seal and took out the neatly folded papyrus from the envelope. He recognized the neat handwriting on the letter at a glance. To the great pharaoh, the Obsidian Council contributed a great deal of magic support in this war. Through the spying, we witnessed the scene that decided the final outcome of the war. With the help of the Grand Vader, the Megalosaurus Pasha used the floating behemoths to launch a fatal blow at the powerful demon from a high altitude that was difficult to observe. From this, we came to the conclusion that the Megalosaurus Pasha controlled the air power that could decide the outcome of the war. Even if all the flying carpets were sent into the air, the black-robed mages of Medina might not be able to match it, and this is like a double-edged sword. In order not to be hurt by the blade, the Obsidian Council applied to establish their own airship fleet, or to buy some floating behemoths from the Megalosaurus Pasha to try to crack the technology and cultivate them. Although there were no words like burn after reading on the letter, the few pieces of papyrus still turned into fine sand in the pharaoh's hands, disappearing with the wind without leaving a trace. After reading the observation report sent by the Obsidian Council, or rather Kanini himself, Esinder fell into deep thought. How could he not be amazed by the power of the Megalosaurus Pasha? According to the information he had collected, the actual age of the Megalosaurus was even younger than Esinder himself. First, it's the Grand Vexil, and now it's the Megalosaurus Pasha. The monarch of Medicus rubbed his forehead. The balance that had just been balanced suddenly has a few more variables. Where should we find new weights? At this time, an attendant trotted into the palace. He knelt on one knee and reported to the pharaoh, "Your Majesty, Zagan Pasha and Khalil Pasha have come together. They want to discuss the development of the archipelago with you." Someone gave me a pillow when I was dozing off. Isidore suddenly thought of something. "Looks like my luck has always been good. Tell them to wait for me in the conference hall," Pharaoh said to the attendant. The monarch of Medic got up and walked out slowly. As he walked, he thought about how to turn the two Pasha into weights. It was not until he was stopped by another attendant when he passed through the side hall that Esinder sorted out his thoughts. "Your Majesty, you should wear it." The attendant was in charge of etiquette. He stopped Pharaoh and handed him a small roll of folded crimson wool vest. Esinder took it in his hand and saw the solemn emblem of the Lion of Naroya embroidered on it. It was a good habit of Esinder to follow good advice readily. He was very satisfied that the attendant who served him was so conscientious. "I will wear it. Good traditions must be strictly followed." With that, he put on the vest and walked to the magnificent conference hall at the north end of the palace. The room was very gorgeous and was specially designed for receiving guests. The dome was enchanted, and the sunlight shone into the hall. Under the clear sky, if one looked to the north, the horizon was as sharp as the edge of broken glass. Even some small islands near the coastline were clearly visible. Zagan and Khalil stood in the conference hall. Although there were seats in the hall, Pharaoh had not arrived yet, so the two Pasha naturally did not sit down first. After all, that would be rude. It was not until Pharaoh stepped into the hall and motioned for them to sit that they bowed and went to their seats. After they were seated, Esinder began to speak. "You must remember last night. It was really a long night. I made an announcement in the Museum of the Great Vexer. Yes, we came for that, looking at the two men who had been at each other's throats yesterday. But now sitting together, Esinder could not help but sigh in his heart. As expected, interest is the best glue in the world. He nodded and said, "Very good. This matter really needs to be settled immediately." The two Pashas' faces were full of anticipation. The Wusan are unable to bear all the compensation. They plan to use the slaves from the Zhejiangjian talent market to make up the difference. At the fastest, the first batch of slaves will be transported to Medici in less than 2 weeks. Pharaoh paused for a moment. This was a technique. After throwing out the heart-wrenching words, he only needed a short pause to make the others more focused on what he was going to say next. In the entire Medici Empire, only the banishment order issued by Bite City can deprive a person of his freedom. But we are unable to count and issue so many orders for the slaves sent by the Wusan, so they can only stay on the islands of the archipelago and use hard labor to pay off the ransom for the atrocities of the Wusan War. When he heard the words archipelago territory, Zagan Pasha's face clearly showed a hint of joy. But Khalil Pasha, who only owned a few coastal cities, inadvertently frowned. "Your Majesty, I have no intention to oppose your arrangement. I also admit that the sailors of the archipelago territory are very good." Khalil carefully worded his words. "But you must also know that the number of slaves is huge. Without elite soldiers to suppress them with swords, just whipping them will not be enough to make them obedient. At the same time, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not cause any trouble in the archipelago territory." Hearing Khalil's words, Zagan wanted to refute, but after thinking about it, he realized that this was indeed the case. The interests involved in this were too huge. If it was not handled well and caused trouble, the entire archipelago territory would have to take the blame for this batch of slaves. "I think Khalil Pasha's worries are not unreasonable." Zagan turned his head and nodded to Khalil to express his goodwill. He then said, "The sailors of the archipelago territory are indeed capable of fighting against 10, but in the face of such a large scale of slave management, we are indeed a little short of manpower. And among the slaves, there may be spies planted by the Japanese, so we have to be careful." Pharaoh took in the expressions of the two and replied, "This is also one of my concerns." Essiender showed a playful smile and continued, "However, I am more concerned about the benefits created by this batch of slaves. How can we operate it to benefit the Medici Empire more?" Essiender's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking the hearts of the two Pasha. Only then did they realize that what the two had said before seemed to be related to themselves, and did not consider the real owners of this batch of slaves. For a moment, the two Pasha were drenched in cold sweat. Essiender pulled his wool vest with satisfaction and straightened it. Chapter 3:18. After scolding the two Pasha, Essiender went straight to the point. "Of course, I don't want to go back on my words," the Pharaoh of the Medici Empire said seriously. "The promise I made to you last night is definitely valid, but you have to understand that the interests of the Medici Empire are above everything else, including me." "Of course, your Majesty is indeed farsighted." The two Pasha expressed their agreement with Pharaoh's words. Then Essiender waved his hand, and an attendant came in from outside the hall and presented a stack of papyrus. "The devil's calamity lasted from last night to this morning. You two can be said to have experienced it personally. Why don't you guess the losses of Bite City?" Just as Zagan was about to answer, he inadvertently saw Khalil gently shake his head. He immediately realized that a silence was better than 100 words. According to statistics, the reconstruction of Bite City's Lingang district will cost at least 3 million silver cats. Seeing that the two Pasha were silent, Essiender sneered and continued, "Of course, you don't have to worry. This money won't be distributed to you. But the reconstruction of Lingang district is not only about the repair of buildings and the construction of ships, but also the reopening of new trade routes and injecting more vitality into it." This time, Zagan didn't look at Khalil's face. He said first, "Your Majesty, although the archipelago territory is remote and barren, I can guarantee that all merchant ships with sailors serving in the archipelago territory will have the priority to sail to Bite City in the future." Quite sensible, Essiender thought to himself, but then he said, "It's just that we don't have enough ships. Bite City already has air routes connecting it to other inland cities. I hope that the air routes to the archipelago territory can also be opened. Seeing that the two Pasha in front of him had a confused expression, Essie Inder explained patiently, "It takes 2 days to transport goods from the archipelago territory to Bite City by sea. But with the flying speed of the floating behemoth, it can complete the round trip in 1 day. When the Japanese slaves are put into the plantations and mines, a series of products such as sugar, spices, and ores will increase. With the floating behemoths as the transportation vehicle, these goods can be transported to Bite City faster, which will provide more help for the development of trade in the Lingang district." But this time, it was Harry who spoke. The old Pasha hesitated for a moment. "This matter requires the support of the Megalosaurus Pasha. If we want to increase the transport capacity, we may not only need to set up additional routes, but we may also need to purchase adult floating behemoths from them." "This is my test for you," Pharaoh interrupted Khalil. "After this battle, Bite City's finances will be tight in the short term. You have to submit your demands to His Excellency Keys and negotiate the purchase order. This would also affect the two Pasha's authority over the Japanese slaves in the future. Between the two of you, the one who signs a contract with the Megalosaurus Pasha will have more say in dealing with the Japanese slaves." Essie Inder did not mince his words as he threw out his demands. His purpose was very clear. Zagan and Khalil, no matter who wanted to have the power to distribute the Japanese slaves, had to bear the cost of purchasing the floating behemoths from the young blue dragon. Medic, or Pharaoh, who was in Baxter, would not pay even a copper coin for this project. "My lords, I have something to say." Seeing the two Pasha fall into deep thought at the same time, they must know that the purchase of the behemoth was not cheap, and might even require the family behind it to use up all their assets. Asinder said seriously, "Before you think about what Medic will do for you, you must first understand what you have done for Medic. Only those who are willing to bear the trials and hardships with the Empire, and who have a long-term vision, can be shadowed by the Empire for generations." The two Pasha hurriedly recited and ended the meeting. Under the guidance of the attendants, they walked out of the Pharaoh's palace. "His Majesty wants to roast us on a fire this time." Glancing at the attendants who were gradually disappearing behind him, Zagan could not help but whisper to Khalil on the short cobblestone road that led to their carriage, "The purchase of the floating behemoth is definitely not a small sum of money." Khalil glanced at the Pasha of the archipelago, but he immediately realized that his bad habit might cause the other party to be dissatisfied. "Pasha Zagan, please be careful with your words." He looked around. "If we are divided, we will both suffer, but if we are united, we will both benefit. How can we let only one family bear the investment risk for the cooperation between the two families?" "You mean," the two Pasha's whispers soon reached Pharaoh's ears. They did not know that a few generations ago, Pharaoh had ordered people to bury brass tubes under the cobblestone road, which were specially used to listen to the ministers' discussions. They were discussing the purchase of the floating behemoths from Keys together. This was not beyond Essie Inder's expectations, but he also knew that neither of the two Pasha would agree to hand over the table knife that was used to divide the big cake of Japanese slaves to the other. Originally, they were willing to cooperate mainly because they believed that Pharaoh, who held the table knife, would not be biased towards either side. But today, when Essie Inder made it clear that the table knife would be handed over to one of them because of the reconstruction work of Bite City, competition was inevitable. And this would set the stage for future conflicts, and even conflicts to erupt. At that time, Pharaoh could use this as an opportunity to mediate and recover the benefits generated by the Japanese slave labor, as well as the air route that was equipped with the floating behemoths. At the current stage, although the two Pasha said that they were cooperating to purchase the floating behemoths from Keys on the surface, they would definitely seek the opportunity to buy them alone in private, and the behavior of raising the price would be inevitable. The two Pasha's offer was two weights, which would make the Megalosaurus Pasha unable to attend to other matters in the near future, and the balance of power in the Medici Empire would temporarily return to balance. I just don't know. Essinder sat in the empty conference hall, thinking alone, these two weights are just bait. I don't know how long this delicate balance will last. Outside the conference hall, footsteps could be heard. Because there was a marble floor outside the door and a small corridor, the sound of footsteps could be heard very far. Your Majesty, an attendant ran in and reported to Essinder, Speaker Canini is waiting outside for your summons. Pharaoh ordered to let him in. In the pursuit of balance, he had thought of a plan, but he needed someone to carry it out. Chapter 319. Pharaoh Essinder requests an audience with you immediately. Canini paced back and forth in front of the copper-clad oak door that led to the conference hall, repeating this sentence in his mind. He licked his chapped lips and wiped his reagent-stained fingers on his black robe. When Pharaoh's attendant delivered the message to the president of the Obsidian Council, he was still busy experimenting with the flesh of the demon lord's incarnation. He wished he had time to change into a decent robe. As a demon count, Canini knew the importance of a good personal image. Unfortunately, he could not make Pharaoh wait. The attendant ran out. Lord Canini. The young man had a maturity that did not match his age. Pharaoh invites you in. The door squeaked when it was pushed open by the attendant. Canini adjusted the robe on his body, and after making sure that it was at least flat, he stepped inside. He had met Pharaoh many times before, but he had never been to this conference hall. In fact, very few people had been here before. Generally speaking, only the Grand Vader and the various Pasha had the right to be here. The ceiling of the conference hall had been enchanted with magic, allowing the light of the eternal blaze to pour down, but it did not make people feel hot. The sunlight shone on the exquisite tapestries hanging on the walls, making the historical events of Medica appear vivid and lifelike. Essinder sat upright behind an oak table. The table was made of the best oak, taken from a certain pharaoh's flagship, that had been destroyed in a naval battle. Broken quills and scrolls were scattered on the table. These were the declarations of war that had been instigated by hopes, threats, and lies. They recorded one battle after another without smoke. Canini, Pharaoh's greeting brought the demon count's thoughts back. I've read your observation report. I see. Canini thought to himself. At the same time, he instantly calmed down because things had returned to what he knew. The demons had many good plans. You should know that the reason why the Obsidian Council exists is actually because of my support. It is for the balance of power in the Medici Empire, and not to protect those vermin of Bite's nobles. Your frankness is a bit surprising, but you've said these words to me before, and I deeply agree with you. Canini's face showed a smile that was just right. It looked like he had wisdom in his hands, not flattery. Just now, in this conference hall, I carried out an extortion against the two Pasha. Extortion is a gamble, a tool used by desperate people. Canini's smile widened, as if he was about to laugh. You only do things that you're sure of. I guess, for the sake of the Medici Empire. Of course, you made them understand their obligations. Obligations. Haha, you're right. It was Essinder who laughed first, causing a few drops of ink to drip from the quill in his hand. Pharaoh grabbed a pinch of chalk powder and covered the papyrus scroll, carefully removing the ink stains. But the balance of power is still not balanced. After removing the ink stains, Essinder raised his head, his eyes as cold as a dagger that could pierce a person's heart. And you promised that the Obsidian Council would provide enough weight for me to use. Of course. Faced with Monarch Medrich's gaze, the demon count disguised as a mortal chose to endure for the time being. He lowered his head. I haven't forgotten the promise I made. And the results? Pharaoh interrupted Kanini and continued to press. The noble mage group of the Obsidian Council, the airship that was proven to be inferior to the floating behemoth created by the Megalosaurus Pasha, Soul Energy Collector. The cold language came out of Kanini's mouth. Hearing the word clearly, Pharaoh's pupils even dilated a little. Kanini was very satisfied with this. His Excellency, the Grand Vexer, or the previous generations of Allans, their strength has never been questioned, even if their successors were mediocre. As long as they received this title, they would become the best spellcaster in Medrich. What are you trying to say? Facing the Pharaoh's questioning, the demon count was not surprised at all. Your Majesty, have you never thought about why? Or is it because of the traditions since ancient times that you have lost interest in questioning? When it came to manipulating people's minds, if the Batsu people claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. He continued, the reason why the Grand Vexer is powerful is that they have mastered a unique spellcasting method. It's different from Medrich, and even different from the one used by all spellcasters in the Ash world. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Kanini took out an obsidian magic bead from his robe. While all of us are still shabbily using this scattered life energy to consume for spellcasting, the Grand Vexer almost exclusively enjoyed the more powerful soul energy. Even if Pharaoh was not a mage, he still understood Kanini's words. In fact, Isinder knew even more than Kanini. As the current ruler of the Medici Empire, he knew of the highest-level spell contract between his ancestor and the first Allan. The ancient soul-binding mage Shurik swore loyalty to the Isinder family as the price to obtain the support of the Medici Empire. Like those high and mighty gods, he could manage the souls of dead mortals and absorb part of their power for his own use. In the thousands of years that followed, the successive generations of Grand Vexer used their own practical actions to prove their loyalty to the Isinder family. No matter how muddle-headed Pharaoh was at that time, they would do their best to assist him. For thousands of years, the mortals had died generation after generation, and the souls they left behind had been properly managed, so there had not been any disasters. That was why the entire Ash world had not slowly become a country where humans and ghosts lived together after being cursed by the gods. However, the power of the Grand Vexer did not belong to Pharaoh. Although he could not openly take it away due to tradition, his covetous desire for it had never disappeared. At this moment, Kanini's words were tantamount to directly hitting Isinder's heart. He could not help but want to know more. Your soul energy collector has been completed. Very soon, Your Majesty, please rest assured, Kanini replied with a bow. When the Devil Calamity broke out, I happened to obtain a magical item called the Shadow Niche. It was arranged in Bite City in advance by the incarnation of the Demon Lord to store the power of chaos, and it gave me a lot of inspiration. Not long after, the slaves who will be made into obsidian magic beads will not only have their life force, but also the power in their souls will not be wasted. And with the mixed energy collector, you will obtain the same powerful power as the Grand Vexer. Be careful. Don't make any mistakes. Eshin crossed his arms on the table and thought for a moment. He still could not resist the temptation. Don't do it again. This is the only time. Let's challenge tradition. Kanini smiled again. This is the last time. Chapter 3:20. What are you trying to say? Santos asked with a frown. What do you mean when the sand rhino has diarrhea? It makes a lot of noise. The subject of the fat merchant's inquiry was a helper of the Dragonborn clan, who was responsible for taking care of the sand rhinos at the Bite terminal. He was walking side by side with Santos's carriage on the road to the city. Since you left, there are 2 sand rhinos that can't poop out. Can't poop out what? The desert kobold waved his hand back and forth in front of his nose as if he smelled something foul. I don't want to take care of it after it poops out the feces that it has been holding for 3 days. That's great, Santos could not help but exclaim. The merchant, who had traveled all the way to Bite at night, covered his forehead. The last thing he wanted to do today was to take care of a constipated sand rhino. You can add some olive oil to its feed. It should be able to clear its intestines. I fed it 3 days ago, but it still didn't work. Santos couldn't believe it. I've been feeding it olive oil for 3 days, but there's no reaction at all. He couldn't help but shudder as if he had thought of some unbearable memory. After walking for less than half an hourglass, Santos took the initiative to break the silence. It's indeed Bite, he said with emotion. It's only been 5 days since the Devil's disaster, and the city has gradually returned to normal. Rows upon rows of towers spread out under the high walls, and it was a magnificent sight. Large roofs overhung the cobblestone streets, and there were shops, factories, and chimneys belching out smoke. Many peddlers, after paying the entrance tax, entered the city with their wares or their purses and left with their gains. Santos believed that he would also gain more wealth in the reconstruction of the Bite Limport district. Of course, making money for himself should come after completing the task entrusted to him by the scale of perpetual order. After all, it was a matter of business ethics and personal reputation. They could not afford to be careless. We're here. The desert kobold, who was leading the way for the fat merchant, reminded him. Then he whistled, and several shadowy guards of the Dragonborn clan, who were hidden nearby, quickly left. The great Megalosaurus Pasha, His Excellency Keys, Lord of the Dragon Lair, and his spell consultant are staying in this apartment for the time being. You can go in and visit. If you have time, please come down to the beast pen in the terminal and help treat that poor sand rhino. Santos was speechless. When the other party turned around and left, Santos let out a long sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the desert kobold would drag him away to face a sand rhinoceros with some discomfort in its stomach. He had come to Bite mainly to escort a batch of urgently needed equipment and raw materials. However, due to the large amount of cargo and the necessary manpower for the voyage, the floating behemoth was about to be overloaded. Therefore, Santos had no choice but to set out in advance and travel by land instead of taking the Leviathan's derivative to Bite City overnight. That batch of cargo was mainly some crystallized powdered salt shipped from Taka. Through many experiments, the half-lich snade used many methods to try to purify the seawater polluted by Hemtar and the demon worms it released. Finally, he found an alchemy reagent that had excellent effects, and the material required a large amount of Taka powdered salt. After some inspection, Santos walked through the door of the apartment. In the hall, with a shiny marble floor, he saw the young blue dragon in human form and the half-lich snade, the spell consultant. They stood next to a device that looked like a pump, constantly checking the situation on the dashboard everywhere. 2 large water troughs were dug out side by side in the hall. The machine was constantly pumping water from one of the troughs and then discharging it into the other trough. Seeing Santos coming in, Keys waved to him in greeting. "Good day, Mr. Santos." The fat merchant hurriedly returned the greeting. "How's the purchase of the powdered salt in Taka City? Have you brought back the samples?" Santos hurriedly stepped forward and handed over a small package that he carried with him, in which there were many crystallized powdered salt fragments. As you know, the scale of perpetual order has emptied the powdered salt storage in Taka City. Just before I arrived here, the first batch of cargo should have been delivered to Bite by the floating behemoth. It will take 3 more flights to transport all the cargo here. The young blue dragon nodded. He first took the pink lake salt brought by Santos and poured it into a preset feeding port on the pump. Then he turned to the fat merchant and said, "This machine is called Purifying Water Pump." He pointed to the machine in front of him that was made of metal, wood, and some kind of plant extract. "It will be the flagship product of the scale of perpetual order in Bite City in the future." Santos was used to Keys using some strange words from time to time. Although he did not know much about the relationship between goods and fists, he roughly understood that fists were hot goods. "And this purifying water pump," Keys continued when he saw Santos showing an interested look, "will give it all away for free." "Oh, what?" Because Santos was concentrating on observing the purifying water pump, he did not pay attention at first. But he immediately reacted. "Your fist's product, do you mean it's free? If it's all free, how high is the cost of this machine?" Hearing Santos's question, the young blue dragon answered seriously, "After estimation, the cost of making a set of purifying water pump is about 280 silver cats. Excluding the engineering model used to purify the fjord's seawater, the cost of the ordinary model is about 50 silver cats, or even less." 50 silver cats. Hearing this cost, Santos, who was very talented in business, immediately realized that this purifying water pump, even if it was an ordinary model, was not affordable for ordinary families. Only those wealthy merchants or the nobles of Beitar would be willing to fork out so much wealth in one go. However, the number of these people was limited after all. If the profit was increased on the basis of the cost, then the number of people who would buy the purifying water pump in the end might be less. Thinking of what Keys had told him before, "Be sure to try your best to empty the stock of Pink Lake salt in Taka City," Santos immediately understood that the Megalosaurus Pasha wanted to make profits from the consumables business. In fact, this was not the first time the scale of perpetual order did this. After the Japanese invasion, the fanatic armor that saved Nome City, in addition to the sales of the product itself, the Chamber of Commerce also made a lot of money from the nutrient solution used to expel acid and recharge the muscle implants. As expected of a blue dragon, Santos could not help but secretly exclaim. Chapter 321. With the end of the devil disaster, Bite, the capital of Medici, gradually returned to normal. Most of the citizens had returned to their previous life. Only the sailors and dock workers in the Lingang district could only live in temporary shacks due to the severe damage to their houses. Fortunately, the climate in Bite was mild. The hottest period of the year was around Opat Festival, so they didn't have to worry about the cold. So far, the biggest challenge facing the city was the food supply. As a port city, Bite's food was basically imported. During this season, because the food in the southern grain-producing area of Medici was not ripe, Bite could only get food from the overseas colonies. Many overseas enclaves of the Medici Empire, including the archipelago territory, would send a large number of grain ships to Bite at this time of the year. For the merchants in those places, it was a fixed income every year, so no one would give it up easily. However, the fjords of Bite City had been blocked and would not be opened until the contamination of the devil's flesh and blood was removed. Outside the fjords, Pharaoh had sent the Imperial Guard Corps to forcibly occupy some smuggling docks and expand them. However, most of the docks were located near the beach. Except for some small sampans, ships with a deep draft couldn't dock at all. Those grain ships from overseas could only rely on small sampans to slowly unload the grain onto the shore. Not only was the transportation efficiency low, but the heavy rain could fall at any time during this period. So the grain that couldn't be unloaded was at risk of getting wet. At the same time, due to the prosperous trade before, most of the citizens in Bite City didn't have the habit of storing grain. The decrease in the import of grain made the price of grain in the city rise steadily, and the citizens complained incessantly. Naturally, the ruler of Bite City was also very anxious. Megalosaurus Pasha, after a report, an attendant of Pharaoh hurried into Key's residence. When he entered the door, he saw a guest in a brown robe standing in the hall. "Commander Wenfeng is also here." "Sir, Pharaoh sent me to ask if you need any help with supplies." "We thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I have just demonstrated the highest level of purification effect of the purifying water pump model to the special envoy of the Grand Vexil," Key said as he picked up a glass of clear water and handed it to the attendant. "The purified water can even be drunk directly." Out of loyalty to Pharaoh and respect for the Pasha in front of him, the attendant took the cup and sipped his saliva carefully. Although the water in the cup had been purified, it still had a salty taste, but it was not impossible to swallow. "This is definitely the most disgusting drink I have ever tasted," the attendant carefully evaluated. "But polluted seawater can even be drunk after purification, and it won't cause too much harm to health, just as the Megalosaurus Pasha said." Before deciding to purify the polluted seawater, the officials and nobles in Bite City had held an extensive discussion. Among them, some suggested that instead of wasting time and effort to purify the seawater, it would be better to let the Grand Vexil dispel the ice wall barrier and rely on the natural purification ability of the sea to pour a large amount of seawater into the fjord to replace the polluted seawater. However, the Megalosaurus Pasha's experiment on the spot made everyone dispel this idea. He collected a tank of seawater contaminated by Helmuthel's flesh and blood and put some sea creatures in it on the spot. They immediately became demonized. The black-robed mages present dissected the demonized sea creatures and found that their bodily fluids were still polluting. In other words, if the polluted seawater was allowed to flow out of the fjord, it was very likely that the pollution would spread to the entire sea. Every sea area and every country would be surrounded by countless demonized creatures. Just imagining it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Therefore, all the authorities in Bite City voted collectively and passed the resolution to do their best to purify the seawater contaminated by the demon's flesh and blood. Pharaoh personally ordered all the spellcasters and medic to collect the purification plan and offered a reward of 100,000 silver cats as a reward. Needless to say, with Snader, a legendary mage who had studied demon worms for more than 300 years, the scale of perpetual order easily obtained this high reward with the help of the purifying water pump. At present, all the citizens of Bite City, including the ordinary citizens, were concerned about when the purifying water pump would be put into use every day. "Your Excellency Pasha, I have to admit that the purifying water pump of your Chamber of Commerce is indeed very effective," the attendant first affirmed, and then continued to add, "but the seawater in the fjord doesn't seem to need such a thorough purification." Quest knew what he wanted to say. "You're right. To purify it to the drinking stage, after the purification pump cleans up the seawater contaminated by the demon's flesh, it still needs desalination, distillation, and other processes. This will indeed affect the efficiency of its fundamental function. Then, of course, we're not going to use this product to purify the seawater in the fjord," the young blue dragon explained patiently. After all, although the attendant's position was not high, he represented Pharaoh. In fact, 20 purifying water pumps have been assembled today and will be put into use soon. Then he told the attendant about the ideas of being vigilant in times of peace, taking precautions, and being careful is the parent of safety. Under the influence of anxiety, the attendant took away a purifying water pump with a more advanced function and presented it to Pharaoh. "You want to promote this product in Bite City?" Commander Wenfeng, who had been watching Key's marketing, also got up and said goodbye after Pharaoh's attendant left. Before leaving, he joked with a smile, "Can I buy one?" Of course. The young blue dragon, who had transformed into a human form, turned his head and showed a harmless smile. "But you don't need to buy it. I'll give the first batch of purifying water pumps to every family who is willing and can afford the purifying materials free of charge. Although he was quick-witted, he was not a gifted businessman like Santos. Commander Winfong was confused by Keyes' words and left his residence with doubts. After dealing with the visitors, Keyes tidied up his clothes, used the advanced teleportation spell, and calmly came to the busy dock construction site. The fat merchant Santos and the half-lich Snade had been waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 322. On the dock's anchorage, a precise water clock timer was placed, and it was somewhat out of place with the surrounding ruins. The water droplets fell, and the elapsed time was recorded. Finally, it reached the preset moment, and a sizzling sound was heard. "Turn on the switch. Ignite." As the representative of the scale of perpetual order, the fat merchant Santos stood on the platform and announced loudly, following his order. The workers who had been prepared for a long time got busy in an instant. These people were all employees of the Chamber of Commerce, and they had all gone through layers of screening. Other than having a clean background, they were all hardworking and capable. According to the requirements of the operation manual, under the instructions of the supervisors, the workers first closed the gate as the exhaust device, then sent the coal into the combustion furnace. Finally, when the instrument panel showing the negative pressure reached the specified scale, they placed the water pump in the seawater. The sound of the polluted seawater being pumped quickly turned from the initial gurgling to rumbling. All the seawater would flow through a special purification cauldron, and through the reaction with the purification potion made with the Pink Lake salt crystal as the main material, the residual toxins of the demon's flesh and blood would be cleansed before being discharged. Through several pipelines laid in advance, the discharged seawater would be sent to the ocean outside the fjord. At the mouth of the fjord, there were also several water pumps installed on the towering ice wall, and at the same time, the seawater outside the fjord would be pumped in. According to previous calculations, as long as more than 100 purification water pumps could work smoothly every day, then it would only take about 5 days for the seawater in the fjord to be completely purified. The residual flesh and blood of the demon lord's incarnation would be so low that it could no longer affect other marine life, and the crisis would be resolved. When the engineering team of the scale of perpetual order was busy, many citizens rushed to the periphery of the cordon, wanting to see how the new purification water pump worked. As more and more people gathered, and even the imperial guards were alarmed, the big-bellied general sent some people to follow him to be responsible for maintaining order near the dock construction site. Sir Pasha, the Medici military noble, whose figure was somewhat similar to Santos, approached Keyes, pointed at the rumbling purification water pump in front of him, and asked, "Can the water pump only be used once? It's a pity to leave it unused after using it." Keyes smiled. "Of course, these pumps can't only be used once. After removing the parts dedicated to purifying the demon pollution, they can be reused." After saying that, he raised his head and signaled a group of people walking over from outside the cordon. He smiled and said, "The people who will buy these equipment are here." Wearing a light green robe, Halil Pasha walked over surrounded by a group of personal guards and greeted Keyes from afar. "Good day, Megalosaurus Pasha." The powerful Medici minister, who ruled several coastal cities, greeted the young blue dragon with a nod that was famous under his rule. These purifying pumps are really great inventions. As early as 2 days ago, after receiving Pharaoh's advice together with Zagan of the archipelago, Halil took the initiative to contact Keyes. When Quess heard that Khalil wanted to order a behemoth as a transportation vehicle, he gave him a definite answer. However, the price he quoted later still exceeded Khalil's expectations, so further communication was needed. However, the young blue dragon immediately recommended the purifying water pump that he and Snade had jointly invented. He also pointed out that This tool can solve the problem of water accumulation in the mine and greatly increase the efficiency of the Wusong slave miners. Moreover, compared to the astronomical purchase cost of the Leviathan derivative, the price of these purifying water pumps was extremely cheap. It was not even a fraction of the former. Today, when the purifying water pumps started working, Halil sent a letter in advance to tell Keyes that he would personally come to congratulate him. However, the young blue dragon knew very well that this Pasha actually wanted to come and see the actual effect of the water pumps when they were operating. "Thank you for your kind words. Everything is going well." After saying a set of pleasantries, Keyes brought the Pasha and the equally curious big-bellied general to take a closer look at the purifying water pump. He also used professional words, such as numbers and comparisons, to brag about his business. After this water pump system is in operation, the only labor required is the filling of the fuel. As long as there is enough coal and water, the purifying water pump can continue to work. What if the depth of the mine is too deep? How deep can this pump draw water from the mine? Obviously, after thinking about purchasing, this Pasha must have done his homework. Faced with the doubts of the consumers, as a professional who was admired by Uyghurs in Shanghai, he seemed to be very talented in the art of speech due to the complaints of the blue dragon race. He calmly explained, that's right, he explained calmly, the structure of the mine is basically excavated in the form of multiple platforms. Every time it reaches a certain depth, it will open up a platform. In the mine, due to the seepage of underground water, most of the platforms at the bottom will have a certain amount of water. After throwing out the information increment, Keyes instantly focused the attention of the two people on him. He continued, and this water is currently drawn to the surface bit by bit manually. When the mine is dug a little deeper, the seepage of underground water is faster than the discharge of the water. This mine will be abandoned because it is impossible to mine, and there is also the danger of a landslide. But if there is this kind of water pump, although it can currently only draw water up to a depth of 20 yards, every platform in the mine can be built with a water tank, and one or even more drainage pumps can be installed to draw out the water in different levels. In this way, the mine can be dug deeper. Under Keyes' encouraging gaze, Khalil Pasha, who had already understood the working principle of the graded mine drainage system, said excitedly, more slave miners can be placed and more mineral deposits can be dug. "Did you see that?" "What do you mean by smart person?" the young blue dragon said exaggeratedly, as if he was talking to the big-bellied general, but in fact, he was flattering Pasha Khalil. "Just a little bit, and you understand. No need to explain more." Of course. After all, the two of you are the Pasha who are in charge of the Pharaoh's territory. The pot-bellied general agreed readily. After talking for a while, because of some of the second-hand parts, Keyes generously gave the order of the mine pump a 20% discount. As the conversation went on, he even had the intention to give more discounts. This almost made Santos, who had just come over, horrified. The senior manager of the scales of the Eternal Order couldn't help but say, "Sir, we can't give any more discounts. If we give any more discounts, we will lose money." Chapter 323. The price of gold was falling again. Holding a stack of the latest summary reports, Commander Wenfeng walked into the study of the Grand Vader. This room was located in the west wing of the Great Library. The shelves on the four walls were filled with all kinds of books and scrolls, causing the small living space in the middle to have a musty smell. It smelled like a mausoleum that had been sealed for centuries. This room should really have one or two windows, Commander Wenfeng thought to himself. But he knew very well that this suggestion would go against the tradition of the Allans, and the Grand Vader would not accept it. Apart from that, the layout of the study was actually quite good. There was very little furniture in the room, and it was all very simple. The wooden chair was beautifully carved, but the texture was hard, and it was not very comfortable to sit on. There was a low table in the center. There were no decorations on it, and the smooth black surface only reflected the light of the fluorite chandelier. Everything was in good order. Even the firewood by the fireplace. A period after Opat Festival happened to be the time when the rain was the heaviest in Medic. In order to prevent the books and scrolls from getting wet, they still needed to be heated from time to time. Everything was neat and tidy. Respected Grand Vader. As soon as Commander Wenfeng pushed open the door and entered the study, he heard someone talking to Grand Vader. He pursed his lips and revealed a faint smile. "I've collected the report you wanted. Perhaps you'd like to hear my report first." Zagan, who was in the middle of a conversation with the Grand Vader, had a slightly displeased expression on his face when he heard someone interrupt him. But when he turned around and saw who it was, the Pasha's face immediately showed a bright smile. "Oh, that's natural." He narrowed his eyes. "So it's Commander. You must have something important to discuss with the Grand Vader. You don't need to avoid it. This matter also has something to do with you. It's not an exaggeration to say that it belongs to you." The Grand Vader's words stunned Zagan, and then he was secretly delighted. He did not expect that he, a Pasha who had always been excluded from the center of Medica's power, would have the opportunity to be entrusted with such an important task by the Prime Minister of the Empire. "As long as you command, I will do it." Zagan immediately expressed his attitude. He quietly glanced at Commander Wenfeng, wanting to see the expression of this trusted aide of the Grand Viz house, whether there would be any changes because of this, but the result was disappointing. Commander Wenfeng didn't move, feel uneasy, or stare at the hydraulic timer in the corner. He just stood there with his back straight next to a wooden chair that was uncomfortable to sit on. With clear, bright eyes, he looked at the Grand Vader in the middle of the study, as if everything was as it should be. "This is a statistical report on the trend of gold prices in the past month." The Great Vader didn't seem to make any movements, but the stack of papyrus in Commander Wenfeng's arms fluttered like butterflies, circling around Zagan Pasha's body and surrounding him. The ruler of the archipelago was surprised. He wanted to touch the papyrus that was drawn with lines and marked with numbers and symbols that were difficult to understand at the moment, but the papyrus avoided his fingers like real butterflies. "Just take a look. The papyrus is easily damaged, and this statistical result is not easy to come by, so it will have to be archived later." Of course. Zagan replied, embarrassedly. He no longer raised his hand, but lowered his head closer to the papyrus. After looking at it for a long time, he showed a blank face. 100 years ago, the gold in the ash world was almost completely excavated. Over the past 100 years, as this precious metal has become more and more scarce, its price has become more and more expensive. But why has the price of gold been falling recently? Did someone discover a new mine, or did someone dig out a large amount of ancient gold from underground and sell it? He had to admit that the Archipelago Pasha's analytical ability was quite meticulous. It was just that he hadn't had any contact with the scale of perpetual order before, so he didn't have the opportunity to obtain the gold currency used by the Chamber of Commerce for settlement. Of course, the Grand Wetzel didn't want to test his ability to guess, so he straightforwardly told him the answer. "It's the Megalosaurus Pasha's, the scale of perpetual order," he explained. "In the past, when purchasing goods, that Chamber of Commerce usually used their own suppressed gold currency for settlement. The source of the gold may be the treasures left in the Blue Dragon's lair, although this possibility is not great. Or it may be that they found a new gold mine or dug out ancient treasures from underground." Then Zagan hesitated. He knew very well that no matter who it was having such a large amount of gold, or just possibly having a large amount of gold, that person's personal safety would be threatened. Even for a megalosaurus, there was no exception. But what did this have to do with him? Did the Grand Wetzel summon him, this time, to plot against the Megalosaurus Pasha? You may have misunderstood me. Zagan chose his words carefully, trying not to appear hypocritical. The archipelago is a very barren land, and there have never been any powerful warriors or spellcasters there. As long as you command, I'll do it. The Grand Wetzel used Zagan's words to tease him, but that was all. Zagan Pasha, your imagination is a bit too rich. The purpose of my call for you is that when you purchase goods from the Megalosaurus Pasha to solve the problem caused by the Wusong slaves, you can also borrow some gold from him. It's better to have a good reason. Zagan was surprised. Loan. Gold. The Grand Wetzel nodded. Recently, only you and Khalil Pasha have gone to contact the Megalosaurus Pasha, so it won't seem strange. I'll pay you the principal of the gold loan according to the current real-time gold price on the statistical document. About 500,000 ingots should be enough. As for the interest, the Grand Wetzel added, after the Wusong slaves are delivered, I'll do my best to fight for the management rights for you. Only when the Grand Wetzel made this promise did Zagan Pasha's tightly knitted brows relax. The two continued to talk about some topics, but most of them revolved around the problem of how to deal with keys. When Zagan left the Grand Wetzel's study, he involuntarily glanced at Commander Wenfeng, who had been standing there like a wooden sculpture. He saw that Commander Wenfeng was still standing in the same place, not moving even half a step. What a strange person, Zagan muttered in a low voice, and then left. Greed makes people blind. Are you reminding me? Of course not. Chapter 3:24. The sun finally hid behind the distant mountains, and the sky was dyed a jewel-like purple by the afterglow of the setting sun. The servants quietly walked in and lit the fire in the Grand Vexer's study. The flame just burned quietly, as if it had learned to keep quiet under the training of a powerful spellcaster. Commander Wenfeng sat back in the uncomfortable chair and crossed his hands on his knees again. He maintained his usual calmness on the outside, but his heart was in turmoil. Only the light in his eyes revealed this secret. He was born in a noble family in Bite, which was noble and rich and had a history almost as long as the city itself. In his early life, Commander Wenfeng had enjoyed all the luxuries that wealth and status could bring him. He was smart and had a strong will, so it was very easy for him to become a self-centered conservative aristocrat. However, his loving parents were wise and good at guiding him patiently, and had cultivated his strong will into self-confidence rather than conceit. In this life, Commander Wenfeng had only done one thing that disappointed his parents, and that was to resolutely give up the inheritance of the family and throw himself under the command of the Grand Vexer, becoming the spy leader that all of Medica's enemies and even other nobles were afraid of. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Sitting next to the short table in the middle of the room, the great weasel carefully flipped through the statistical materials presented by Commander Wenfeng as he slowly said without raising his head, I think that the saying, greed blinds, is very reasonable and profound. Commander Wenfeng still didn't say a word. As the head of the spies, he had already learned how to be a qualified listener. Blindly asking questions was never a good way to satisfy curiosity and solve doubts. Listening more was the way to go. As for gold, you must know that this metal has gradually withdrawn from the market of the Ash world for 100 years. Commander Wenfeng was naturally aware of this, and he also knew that all this was related to the Grand Vexer's secret collection. Almost all the gold that could be found was placed under the Lagoon Museum. There is enough space there. There is a strange city there, a city that belongs to you. Commander Wenfeng added in his heart, everything that I did was not because of greed. You should be clear about this. In fact, It was just a special spellcasting material that I prepared for the completion of a certain spell. It was no different from bat dung or tinder flower. The Grand Vader raised his head and extended his hand. A crystal that had been cut into 6 facets floated in his hand and spun continuously. Through the transformation of gold, I obtained this crystal. As the hexagonal prism rotated, the light in the room seemed to be attracted to it. The crystal shone brightly, and it is the key to breaking the shackles that have troubled me and the entire Ash world for a long time. Sensing that the light in his eyes seemed to be attracted by the crystal, Commander Wenfeng couldn't help but ask, "Then, how much gold do you need to complete the spell casting preparations?" "Perhaps, when Zagan Pasha completes his mission, my preparation work will come to an end." The Grand Vader and Commander Wenfeng conversed for about half an hourglass. At the same time, in another place of Bite City, a conversation was also going on. "Count Kanini, I belong to the Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Bureau of Bader's First Layer territory. Job number 2274. I am here to give you the latest administrative notice. The notice is as follows. Kanini was not wearing a robe, which was rare. Instead, he wore a set of V-neck rune chainmail made by Batobi. It was the ceremonial attire of Bator that suited the status of a demon count. He stood in front of a fireplace that burned with a strange blood-red flame. This is to inform the manager of the Nine Hells outpost in the Ash Plain, Demon Count Kanini, Honorable Commander of Bader's Advance Army. Your Excellency Keys, according to the Bator Wartime Recuperation Regulations and the Elite Pentashade Dragon Seedling Cultivation Plan, the wartime recuperation has been completed. After the approval of the Evil Dragon Council, it is to be recalled immediately. The person in charge of the recuperation plane, Kanini, needs to provide all necessary assistance to the commander in a timely manner, as well as the Otherworld Gate that leads to the bloody battlefront line and coordinates confidential. See below. After the lengthy notice ended, the blood-red flame suddenly surged, and a Batsu holding a bronze box reached out from it. "Please take this door box, Count Kanini." The voice from before spoke again. Honorable Keys will hold the door key in his hands. In order to ensure that he can appear at the bloody battlefront line in his best condition, you will need to inject enough energy into this door box. When the corresponding key opens the box, the correct plane coordinates will be activated, and the precise Otherworld Gate will be constructed. "All right," Kanini replied in a low voice. After he took the door box, the staff member of the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau of the First Layer of Bator was still somewhat worried, so he warned, "I must remind you that this commander's status is extraordinary. It is said that the Evil Dragon Council values him greatly. Please do not make any mistakes during the teleportation, or else." He listened as the other party recited the punishment methods of the Batsu bureaucratic organization, which had a particularly long name in detail, as if he was reciting them silently. Kanini resisted the urge to pull the staff member out of the flames and patiently listened to everything. Humph, rotten dregs soaked in literature. When the flames were extinguished, the ambitious demon count could not help but curse loudly. If not for the fact that this residence had been set up with many spell formations to isolate all forms of detection, he would have been a demon count. His curses in the Batsa dialect, which was foul and evil in itself, could even distort the surrounding environment and mortals, causing all sorts of negative effects. However, what truly infuriated him was not the lengthy words of the Batsu compatriot. Medicus's Megalosaurus Pasha, the honorary commander of the Batsu Vanguard. This young blue dragon with many identities was the fact that he had to return to the bloody battlefront lines to report on his mission was what gave Kanini the greatest headache. It must be known that everything Kanini was doing now was for the sake of realizing his ambitions. He had spent a lot of effort to hide himself in the Ashen world in the corner of the multiverse. He wanted to push this world towards the 9 hells of Bartholomew to obtain Nessus' reward, so that he could escape the awkward ranks of the devil. One of the most important arrangements was to hide his own information. However, Keys, the rising star of the Bats of Devil, would undoubtedly attract many prying eyes. Those fellows might. For the scheming Bats of Devil, it was almost certain that they would notice Kanini, the demon count hidden in this remote world. What is he doing there? What is his plan? Should we go take a look? In fact, Kanini could even foresee the way those guys would think. And if that happened, there was a high chance that his plan would be completely ruined. Chapter 3:25. Why did the plan go down the drain instead of being exposed first? Because Kanini knew the habits of the Batsu people very well. They would definitely be able to deduce part of the Devil Count's thoughts from the many clues. Then they would use all kinds of tricks, and schemes. It didn't matter if it was beneficial to themselves, as long as they could harm others. Kanini himself had a similar plan. The notice only asked me to cooperate fully with the Megalosaurus to return to the Blood War's front lines, but if something happens to him before that, it has nothing to do with me. Stroking the bronze box in his hand and feeling the engraved patterns on it, Kanini casually threw it to the side. Since he had already removed the soundproof enchantment, the door box fell to the floor, making a loud clang sound of impact. Hearing this sound, a servant standing outside hurriedly pushed the door open. "Sir, what are your orders?" "I'm fine," Kanini said coldly as he glanced at the servant who was trying to get his master's praise. "It's just that you came in at an unlucky time, just like a certain guy." So, a green ray shot out from between Kanini's fingers and entered the unlucky servant's body. He didn't even have time to let out a cry before he quickly melted like a lit candle. Then, the viscous liquid quickly dried, turning into pieces of light green debris. Kanini waved his hand, and a whirlwind appeared out of thin air, sweeping up the debris and flying it out of the door through the crack. "The timing is not right. I'll definitely be implicated. It's better to let him turn into ashes." The Devil Count secretly pondered. In order to realize his ambition, he was certain of his idea. He walked in front of his experiment table, fiddling with the new soul energy collector that he had just finished adjusting. Because he was distracted, his fingers accidentally left a few dents on the surface of this intricate magical object. When he discovered that the model he made was damaged, Kanini angrily threw it to the side. This strange object that he had reported to Pharaoh, capable of collecting soul energy, was actually modified from a normal soul prism casting tool. When Kanini was studying in the depths of the 9 prisons of Bader, he relied on copying Nessus' soul casting tool to earn a huge amount of tuition for himself. Therefore, making soul energy collectors now could at most be considered as resuming his old business. Not a problem at all. Now, what really gave him a headache was how to deal with the Megalosaurus Pasha, who was about to return to work. After observing the battle between Keys and the Demon Lord's incarnation, the Devil Count didn't believe that he could easily kill him in a head-on fight. He even had a faint feeling that the young blue dragon had other hidden powers. "I can only use my wits, not brute force." Kanini laid down for himself the principles of his actions. He quickly searched through his memories, trying to find a targeted plan. After racking his brains for a long time, he finally found a formula in his mind. This Devil Count still had to benefit from his studies in the depths of the 9 prisons of Bader, which allowed him to know many special techniques that far surpassed his peers. Dragon-slaying medicine. Kanini recalled the name of the formula: black nightshade stamen, ash mushroom paste, manticore venom, belladonna powder, strangling kiss, and the most important one, he stretched his finger under the runic chainmail, aimed at his own chest, and stabbed it with all his strength. The devil count used his fingertip to press against his beating heart, and with a light flick, his whole body twitched. Fortunately, his other arm caught the table in time, so he didn't fall to the ground. Pulling his finger out of the hole in his chest, Kanini's muscles began to wriggle, quickly healing the wound on his body. A drop of blood from the powerful Batsa devil's heart. Full of resentment, he tried his best to overcome the weakness in his body, kept his arm steady, and dripped the ink-black blood from his fingertip into a glass test tube, and then carefully sealed the tube. Together, they create a potent poison that can destroy the life of a megalosaurus. As for the effects of the dragon-slaying potion, the demon count had never tested it on a giant dragon. However, he had added some into the daily tonic of a fellow student of the same level as Batsu, and he had successfully become an honorary graduate of that year. Therefore, Kanini was very confident in the toxicity of the medicine. As for the remaining ingredients, he had a way to quickly get his hands on them. But how to make Keys take the dragon-slaying medicine was the only problem left. I can only take a risk, he remembered something. If you want to do something well, you have to do it yourself. The design of Byte City was like a wheel. All the important buildings, administrative departments, official residences, and ancient noble mansions were located on the axle of the wheel. The whole city revolved around the axle, never stopping for a moment. 8 wide avenues extended outward from the central city like the spokes of a wheel. Evergreen broad-leaved trees stood on both sides of the avenues, their leaves spreading out to provide shade for pedestrians on the roads. Some of these avenues led to the southern land wall, while others led to the Lingang district, which was being renovated. They were the main transportation channels for the flow of people in the city, and they also never stopped. There was no doubt that whether it was the buildings that symbolized the ruling power or the avenues that were like arteries, they connected to the heart or the brain of Byte City, which was Pharaoh's palace. On the 15th day after the end of the Devil's disaster, when the seawater purification project in the fjords was mostly completed, and when almost all the nobles and merchants of Byte had installed domestic purification pumps, Pharaoh fulfilled his promise. Essinder summoned all the nobles to his palace for a grand celebratory banquet. Megalosaurus Pasha, the pot-bellied general, said with a smile. As usual, he was the one who invited Keys to attend the dinner. Today, let's go to Pharaoh's palace together. I've been thinking about the cherry spirits stored in His Majesty's cellar for a long time. This time, I'll drink to my heart's content. As if to prove his determination to drink to his heart's content, the general crossed his arms and made an exaggerated gesture of hugging a wine barrel. However, it did not take long for him to regret his words. Hearing the pot-bellied general's praise for the cherry spirits, the ogre gourmet brew immediately expressed that he would like to try more of them. Looking at Brew's huge figure, the pot-bellied general prayed for himself while estimating how much wine he could get. When Brew's brother, the strong ogre Nalu, appeared in the party, the pot-bellied general completely gave up the idea of fighting for the wine. He could only hope that Pharaoh's cellar was spacious enough. Chapter 326. In order to show his generosity, Pharaoh prepared a lot of food for the guests he invited. There were no less than 20 main dishes, bright and colorful honey chicken pie, a small mountain of lemon cake, fragrant and creamy quail, and spiced duck, large pieces of pepper wild boar ribs, whole roast goose, roast chicken skewers and pigeon skewers that were constantly being served by the waiters, barley beef, onions that were simmered in spices, and gravy in addition. The master of Byte City ordered people to go out to sea and bring seafood sealed in salt and algae, whitefish, and snails, crabs and mussels, clams, herring, cod, salmon, lobsters, and eels. Some of these seafood were iced, sliced, and dipped in sauces for eating. Some were added with spices for barbecue, and some were directly cooked in a big pot before being served on the table. The whole banquet hall was filled with black bread, oatmeal biscuits, turnips, peas and beets, soybeans, pumpkins and red onions, as well as flavored apples, berry cakes, and pears boiled in spirits. White cheese was placed beside the salt dish on each table, and pots of spiced mulled wine and iced lager were held in the arms of the waiters for the guests to take at any time. Of course, the cherry liquor that the big-bellied general had been longing for was also generously taken out from the cellar by Pharaoh. Small buckets were neatly placed next to the seat of the military aristocrat of Medici. Isidore had fulfilled his promise. Because the food was too sumptuous and the number of guests invited was too large, the banquet tables were arranged all the way to the outside of the palace, occupying half of the garden square, before all the guests were settled down. When the carriage came to the gate of the palace, Keyes saw that the whole building was surrounded by a hazy halo. As the carriage approached, he saw 8 huge light sources outside the rectangular building. The huge trays were lit with flames that were as bright as campfires, but much more stable. There were mirrors behind the trays, allowing the light to shine directly over the garden square. It's filled with alchemy-processed magnesite. The big-bellied general noticed the young blue dragon's curious gaze. He stepped forward and explained, "That's why it's so bright. It can be used as a searchlight during wartime. But today, it's just for illumination." As he spoke, he opened his hand and gestured for the Megalosaurus Pasha to enter the banquet hall. Keyes obeyed. The young blue dragon's companions followed behind him. Other than the Demolik, who could not show his face, the 3 ogre brothers, the desert elf Brock, who was wearing a hooded robe, and the paladin Jensen were all present at the banquet. Since they would be returning to the front lines in the next 2 days, Keyes gathered all of his subordinates. Pharaoh had organized a grand banquet today, just in time to settle the 3 ogre brothers' dinner. As expected of the monarch of the Medici Empire, the banquet is indeed grand, Brew commented as he ate the food piled on both sides of the aisle. "Oh, the food tastes good. The chefs are also experienced." Unlike Brew, who was immersed in a sea of delicious food, the rest of Keyes' team was very quiet. After knowing that they were about to go to the abyss, everyone was adjusting their mentality and enjoying the last moment of peace before the war. Compared to the others, Brock, who was from the Salem tribe, was the most emotional. After becoming a member of Keyes' team, the desert elf had refreshed his understanding of the multiverse almost every day. From the very beginning of the Salem tribe, to participating in the reconstruction of Gnome City, to conquering the island world, and most recently, participating in the encirclement of a demon lord's incarnation. Not long after, he had the opportunity to head to the bottomless abyss to challenge the demons. The world is changing so fast. Brock sighed in his heart. He looked at the magnificent palace as he walked. If he was still the chief warrior of the Salem tribe, he would have been overwhelmed. But now he could look at it casually. He could even see that many of the decorations were clearly products sold by the scale of perpetual order. For example, the stained glass inlaid on the windows, the carved water clock timer inlaid with silver, the fanatic armor ornament branded with the emblem of the Naroya lion, the latest purifying water pump as Keyes, and the others filed in. Pharaoh got up to greet them. The entire palace instantly became lively. But just behind the noise, there was an undercurrent surging towards the young blue dragon. President Kanini, leaning against the pillar outside the palace, Commander Winfong called out the name of the person behind him without looking. The demon count was still invisible. "This time, you owe us a favor." After saying these words, Medic, who was one of the top spies in the Ashen world, raised his arm, hooked a silver jug filled with fine wine with his finger, and handed it to the other party's line of sight. Kanini, who had just come out of the back kitchen and deliberately put in the freshly made dragon-killing potion, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. Of course, He recognized the silver jug. The servant whose mind had been distorted by magic had told him that the silver jug contained fine wine that Pharaoh had specially prepared for the Megalosaurus Pasha. What do you want to do? Without any movement, a layer of lavender film appeared around Kanini and Commander Wenfeng, as if the space they were in had been cut out of the ashen world. The servants around them did not react at all. However, even though his tracks had been exposed, he still didn't immediately kill Commander Wenfeng. Even if he really did want to, Kanini had to admit that someone who dared to expose his poisoning would definitely leave a backup plan for himself. I should be the one asking you that. Commander Wenfeng did not panic at all. He straightened his body and turned to face Kanini, the president of the Obsidian Council, or perhaps a certain great devil lurking in this world. Sir. After his identity was exposed, Kanini relaxed. If the other party was bluffing him, then his overreaction would confirm his guess. If the other party had already confirmed his identity as a demon count, then no matter how eloquent he was, there was no way he could dispel the other party's suspicions. Based on the game theory he learned in the academy in the depths of the Nine Hells, the current situation, seeing through his identity but not saying it out loud, could only mean that the other party was trying to blackmail him, or even had the intention to cooperate. A mortal trying to blackmail a demon count, Kanini would definitely say, "Bring it on," and then use the contract theory that humans could not fully understand to turn the other party into a soul prism in his wallet, the kind that jingled. And if Count Wenfeng wanted to cooperate with him, Kanini was a little interested, or rather, quite moved. Chapter 3:27. Tell me, what are your conditions? Kanini didn't mince his words. The barrier he maintained was in Pharaoh's palace, after all, so it could be noticed at any time. Cooperation, but only this time. Commander Wenfeng flicked his finger, and the silver pot filled with dragon-killing medicine flew out. Kanini caught the wine pot, and not a single drop of wine spilled out. Who am I cooperating with? You, or His Excellency the Great Vader? He didn't ask about the details of the cooperation, but first wanted to know who he was cooperating with. This completely different way of thinking from mortals proved that Kanini was a qualified Bat-a-Devil. His train of thought was very clear. You can interpret it however you want. Commander Wenfeng muttered to himself, and gave an answer that was neither positive nor negative. It's just that you want to deal with the Megalosaurus Pasha right now. It does indeed conform to the long-term interests of the Medici Empire. Hearing these hypocritical words, Kanini lightly spat. You should know, he sneered. Compared to purgatory language, the language you mortals use to describe certain facts has many loopholes. Of course, this doesn't prevent us from cooperating. All the cooperation was based on a consensus, through a simple understanding. Kanini was surprised to find that the reason why the Great Vader sent Commander Wenfeng to communicate with him and attempt to murder a Megalosaurus Pasha was because of the Great Vader's desire for the gold resources controlled by Key's Chamber of Commerce. Calamity Coin. He silently recited the common name for gold coins used by the lower realms demons. This demon count couldn't help but sigh. As expected, it's wealth that brings calamity to its owner. Compared to mortals, it seems that we see things more clearly. But despite his silent criticism, Kanini was still very satisfied with the terms of the cooperation. Commander Wenfeng promised that he would provide Kanini with a more covert method of poisoning with a higher success rate. In return, Kanini had to cooperate with the Great Vader in the following period of time to remove the scale of perpetual order. You have to tell me what kind of stealthier poisoning method is, and prove that this method has a higher success rate. Out of his cautious nature, as well as his pride in his knowledge, Kanini didn't believe that mortals were better than him when it came to poisoning, And once the plan against the Megalosaurus Pasha was exposed, because the dragon-slaying medicine contained his own blood and resentment, he would definitely bear the brunt of the other party's crazy revenge. That was the truth. The demons of the lower realms were always the best candidates to take the blame, so he had no choice but to be careful. As if he expected Kanini to have such a request, Commander Wenfeng took out an object from his bosom. A small cobalt blue sculpture that emitted a hazy halo. It was carved into a megalosaurus, with its wings raised, but the carving was very ordinary and far from being vivid. Even an ordinary person would be able to tell at a glance that this was a cheap item. "What is this?" Kanini asked seriously. He didn't believe that the thing Commander Wenfeng took out after talking for so long was completely useless. "This is a cursed sculpture, from big to—" "In short, this is a very useful magical item," Commander Wenfeng explained. He had to dispel the Demon Count's doubts. The material came from the scales that the Megalosaurus Pasha dropped during the fierce battle with the Demon Lord's incarnation during the Demon Calamity. "We searched the entire Bite City and the fjords, but only found one. Its only use is that your poison doesn't need to come into direct contact. It can affect the other party indirectly." Kanini's eyes lit up. Commander Wenfeng silently chanted an incantation, and a crack appeared on the back of the rough Megalosaurus sculpture. He motioned for Kanini to take the poisoned wine in his hand and pour it into the sculpture through the crack. "So, the poison can take effect." The Demon Count stared at the sculpture and asked nervously. Commander Wenfeng carefully held the sculpture flat and once again chanted an incantation. The crack on the back of the dragon-shaped sculpture automatically closed. "Of course not. This is only to make it work." Commander Wenfeng's words made the Batsa Devil, who was used to playing with words, a little confused, but fortunately he continued to explain. "But there is still one step. Only when that step is completed can the poison finally affect the cursed sculpture's body." In the banquet hall, toasts were exchanged. According to the customs of Medic, when entertaining guests, the host had to let the other party finish all kinds of main dishes before they could start to socialize. Although many people were drinking and chatting, most of them sat in their seats and whispered a few words to their acquaintances. And those who couldn't wait to start socializing at this moment would be regarded as lacking etiquette. But some people didn't care. For example, when he saw Keys sit down, Zagan Pasha's eyes lit up. Perhaps it was because of the extraterrestrial islanders, or perhaps it was on purpose. The ruler of the archipelago did not care about the gazes of others. He carried the braised codfish that he had specially brought along with his meal and walked towards Quith. Before he arrived, the smell arrived first. Although he was a citizen of the Foodie Empire in his previous life, he had eaten stinky tofu, soy milk, and other foods. But the smell of the braised codfish still exceeded Kiza's tolerance limit. The young blue dragon in human form raised his strawberry drink and pretended to drink it, hoping to dispel Zagan Pasha's attempt to talk. But unexpectedly, the other party walked to Kiza's side as if they were familiar with each other. After he swallowed the drink in his mouth, he said enthusiastically, "Sir Keys." He handed the special product from the archipelago domain forward. "I saw you try this delicacy last time, so I specially sent some people from the archipelago domain to send some over on a fast boat. I guarantee it's the most authentic." No wonder. Keys couldn't help but feel sad. No wonder this plate of braised codfish smells stronger than last time. Just as the young blue dragon was thinking about whether he should cast a spell like Burning Sun Explosion on this plate of food from time to time, Ogre Brew, who was also stimulated by the smell, came over, grabbed a piece of braised codfish from the plate, threw it into his mouth, and chewed a few times. The taste is not bad. This ogre gourmet gave a pertinent evaluation, as if Zagan Pasha had met a confidant. The codfish seems to have melted, and there's a special salty aroma that spontaneously arises. As long as you can endure the choking smell, this kind of food is actually not bad. After saying that, he picked up the plate and poured the rest of the braised codfish soup into his mouth. Chapter 328. The banquet lasted until late at night. Pharaoh's enthusiasm made all the guests very satisfied. The big-bellied general drank the cherry liquor as he wished. The unlimited supply of food made the ogre gourmet Blue eat heartily. Sagan Pasha chatted happily with Keys, and the two sides finalized a trade route used to transport the specialties of the archipelago. When the midnight bell rang, everyone immediately understood that the clock tower that was severely damaged in the Devil's Calamity had been rebuilt. The applause followed and lasted for a long time. Pharaoh drank the last glass of wine and sent everyone off. With his companions, Keys walked to the carriage prepared for him outside the palace. He was going to visit Kanini. He had received the order to return to the front line of the blood war a few days ago, and he had also received the door key. Today was the day of departure. Everyone get ready. Through the use of psionic energy, the young blue dragon established a telepathic link with all his companions. After all, he was about to embark on a journey to the abyss, so he felt that he had to warn them. Suddenly, Keys had a feeling of uneasiness. Thanks to the high perception of the Megalosaurus race, most Megalosaurus would have the ability to sense danger. But just now, for some reason, Keys's instincts seemed to be suppressed. But when he used his psionic ability, he saw that the 5 skundas were empty, and he felt that there was an abnormal energy lingering around him. Keys felt that his perception was blocked, and at the same time, there seemed to be a faint curse entangling him. The ogre gourmet Blue? Be careful. Feeling threatened, the young blue dragon didn't care about anything else. After reminding everyone, he immediately transformed into the Megalosaurus with the strongest combat power. However, dark green lines spread around him. At first, they looked like uneven, bony fingers. Then they turned into a creepy vine shape that quickly spread to his entire body. As if he was being wrapped up, Quest felt his own weakness, as well as a sharp pain that penetrated deep into his bones. Whether it was a curse or poison, the young blue dragon had no way of knowing what would harm him. However, there was a characteristic of the Batsu Devil clan in that shadowy power which he could not ignore. Kanini, the young blue dragon roared in his mind, "I definitely won't let you off." Although his strength had been weakened, Keys could still feel that his active adaptive ability was working. As long as... Blue, what's wrong with you? Paru, Keys, take a look. The ogre, Neru, was on his guard until he felt a hand on his shoulder from behind. He turned his head abruptly and saw that his brother Blue's face had turned green. He was leaning on his shoulder with all his might to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Just like Karth, Gourmet Blue's entire body was covered in dark green runes. Seeing this, the young blue dragon did not hesitate at all. He immediately used Remove Curse and Remove Poison to heal Brew first. The ogre Gourmet didn't react in the slightest, which meant it wasn't a curse. The Remove Poison spell had some effect, however, as the runes on the ogre Gourmet's body faded a little. But it was quickly counterattacked by the poison, and more runes began to spread. One had to know that the 3 ogre brothers were all ogres with exceptional talent. Back in the bottomless abyss, Brew had used the local specialties that were highly toxic to produce and brew many poison-like foods and liquors. After trying them one by one, he only needed to consume some of Paulu's Hwasiang Morality potion to detoxify the poison. Now, however, even though he'd swallowed the potion, the ogre shaman pulled out a pouch and stuffed the antidote into Blue's mouth at the same time as Key's spell. Like the spell, the effect was minimal. Paulu took out 2 yellow ox stones and stuffed one into Brew's throat. Brew patted his chest to help him swallow it down. Then he shouted at Keys, "Open your mouth." Paru threw the other yellow ox stone to Keys. "Eat some gold. It'll complement the yellow ox stone." After instructing the young blue dragon, Paru pulled out 2 pieces of gold foil that had been hammered until they were almost translucent and stuffed them into Blue's mouth. The ogre shaman's first aid potion was effective. Keys felt a little better after swallowing the gold from the interspatial pouch. However, Blue's body was far weaker than the young blue dragon's, so he was still in a critical condition. He couldn't even stand straight. At the same time, the abnormality of Keys's party attracted the attention of others. "Do it, Ma." "Yes, sir." After the Sun Duty Clan general and the Fire Dwarf chieftain acknowledged the order, the 2 of them immediately passed down the order. The Sun Duty Clan and the Fire Dwarf Clan's warriors who had been prepared for a long time picked up their weapons again not long after. With an impassioned incantation, the Grand Vader cast the Dragon's Covenant, a summoning spell that he hadn't used during the Devil Calamity. It was specially used to deal with the young blue dragon. "If you don't say it, you'll say my name. But if you say it, you'll be far away from me. Say it. What am I?" A brass dragon with a pair of wings descended from the night sky. His eyes, which resembled molten metal balls, revealed his age. But even so, the brass dragon still maintained his wicked hobby of asking people to guess riddles. "Silence," the Grand Vader replied. "Correct answer." The ancient brass dragon flew low in the sky, stirring up sand and dust. "Mortal, what is your request?" The Grand Vader said coldly, "Kill that blue dragon." Hearing this request, the brass dragon was stunned for a moment. He didn't actually smell the blue dragon's stench in the air. However, due to the Dragon's Covenant, he had to unconditionally help the person who could summon him and answer his riddle. "As you wish, but only this once. After that, you and I don't owe each other anything." With that, the behemoth cast his gaze at the young dragon that the Grand Vader had identified as the blue dragon. Very unlucky, but before he could finish his long-winded words, the furious Keys had already taken the lead and pounced on this disrespectful old man. "Don't linger. Take Blue and leave this place. Go to the terminal and gather everyone." Through his psionic ability, Keys explained his arrangement to everyone while he stayed behind to cover for the others. Ahead of the young blue dragon's fangs and claws, the fan-shaped force field arrived first and bombarded the base of the ancient brass dragon's wing. With a cracking sound, the wing on one side of the brass dragon's wing drooped instantly, apparently broken, and while the other party cried out in pain, Keys came to his side, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the side of the dragon's neck. "My life is over." Suddenly, the ancient brass dragon was scared out of his wits. Chapter 3:29. It was easy to die suddenly if you talked too much, whether you were a good guy or a bad guy. Thanks to several previous evolutions, in terms of physical fitness alone, he was obviously not weaker than his mutated dragon predecessors. Even because of the bloodline of the power dragon, his strength growth was even more terrifying. In the face of such a furious beast, the ancient brass dragon couldn't even exert half of its strength. Then Keys, who had been known as the Giant Skull since childhood, sealed its throat with a kiss, and blood gushed out like a spring. In addition, he then grabbed its wound, pulled the ancient brass dragon's body, and gave it a euphoria hell fall. Without any resistance, this metal dragon summoned by the Great Vader's Dragon Covenant collapsed to the ground as a corpse in a single exchange. In the spirit of respect for the enemy, Keys finally added a super electromagnetic gun to ensure that it would fall into eternal sleep. The metal shuttle fired in anger cut off the ancient brass dragon's proud head, so that he could no longer force anyone to play the guessing game. Grand Vader, Keyes let out a roar. He wanted to intimidate this unexpected enemy. At present, the young blue dragon was still hesitating or estimating his chances of winning against the #1 master of Medici. But who would have thought that the other party was not moved at all? It was as if the ancient brass dragon that had just been summoned at a high price had suddenly died. To him, it didn't affect him at all. Oh no, Keyes immediately realized something. There must be a trick in this. But it was too late now. Recruiting the ancient brass dragon to help in the battle was actually just to delay some time, like a mouse pulling a wooden wedge. The real move against the young blue dragon was yet to come. A smile appeared on this contemporary Allen's face. The spell he had carefully prepared was completed. With a wave of his hand, the roofs of the houses on both sides of the street were lifted. The casting materials that had been piled up here, the alchemy solution in many wooden barrels splashed out, smashed the seals on the barrels, and gathered into ribbons to bind Keyes. The young blue dragon immediately constructed a force field shield around him, trying to separate the amber translucent liquid from his body. However, the force field ability that had been very useful in the past didn't work this time. Through the previous battle against the Demon Lord incarnation, the Grand Dimensional had already understood Keyes' combat instincts, and specially designed a corresponding restraining plan for it. At this moment, the young blue dragon, using a force field shield, naturally did not exceed his expectations. Extreme spell effect, order collapse. Now that he was prepared, even the incantation was omitted. He only muttered the password, and then made a casting gesture. The preset spell was activated. This was a spell created by the Grand Vader to restrain the young blue dragon's force field ability and psychic ability. Its effect was very simple, which was to cause all defensive abilities other than the spell shield to collapse. Under the influence of the information difference, the Grand Vader had caught the young blue dragon by surprise. Before he could add a new layer of protection, as the force field barrier collapsed, the amber solution was quickly applied to Keyes' body. Like real amber, the alchemy solution quickly solidified and sealed the young blue dragon. Keyes, the brawny ogre, Neru roared. Desert Elf Brock and Paladin Jason, who were fighting against the swarm of Sun Watchmen and Fire Dwarves, also noticed the young blue dragon being imprisoned. Moreover, as if gravity had disappeared, Keyes, who was sealed in amber, was still floating in the sky. Shield bash, armor break, shattering sound, voodoo, pearl of dissolution, steam repeating crossbow. They all used their long-range attacks in an attempt to destroy the amber crystal that imprisoned Keyes, but it was to no avail. Taking advantage of the moment when he was distracted, the elites of the Sun Watchmen and the Fire Dwarves, who had copper skin and iron bones, quickly closed in. In addition, Brew was poisoned and collapsed to the ground. They were momentarily put in a passive position. "Hurry up and leave," the ogre gourmet said with difficulty. He leaned on the wailing harpoon to stay upright. "Hurry up to the terminal." Hearing his brother's words, Neru roared. He raised his ebony chain with one hand and swung it out horizontally. A few of the nearby Sun Watchmen were instantly sent flying by the immense force, breaking their bones and tendons as they fell to the ground. The weapon's master raised the steam, repeating crossbow in his other hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The crossbow bolts whistled through the air as they shot out, accompanied by the sound of the crossbow bolts tearing through the chain armor and the painful cries of the people who were hit by the bolts. Nera said without turning his head, "Don't worry, Brew. We can smash all these bad-hearted dwarves into little pancakes." Seemingly intimidated by the brawny ogre's ferocity, the elites of the Sun Watchmen did not dare to attack him rashly. They turned to hide behind the Fire Dwarf warriors, letting their companions, who had copper skin and iron bones and were holding thick shields, act as their cover. "Don't worry, Brew," which Dr. Paru also comforted his brother. "Hurry up and take your medicine. I'm here." As he spoke, the ogre, who was good at using voodoo, waved the troll's skull staff in his hand. Dense, ominous green smoke surged out. Under his guidance, the smoke was like a tide, drowning the fire dwarves in the front row of the enemy. Ah! Cries of pain rose and fell one after another. The fire dwarves, who rarely felt pain, were now rolling on the ground like gourds. Their metal skin cracked, emitting scorching smoke. "Be careful of his smoke. It's a strong atomized acid." A fire dwarf captain roared loudly to remind his tribesmen, but he also swallowed some of the smoke into his stomach. With a few clangs, he threw the weapon and shield in his hand to his feet and clutched his throat tightly with both hands. While he was still conscious, the fire dwarf captain looked down at his chest, only to see the scenery behind him. Fry, the fire dwarf chief, who was standing in the distance, was held down by several of his subordinates. He saw with his own eyes that his children, the birth of every fire dwarf, was shaped and given life by their elders with a hammer, had turned into a pool of steaming metal slag on the ground. There was no chance of saving them at all. The chief of the Pickaxe clan was furious. He wanted to pounce on the Ogre Paru and smash him into powder, but his responsibility as the leader of the clan and his remaining reason made him restrain his impulse. Retreat first. He raised his hand and knocked on the body of a companion beside him, making a sound like cymbals. Maintain the encirclement and wait for the Grand Vader. He should be able to make his move soon. Chapter 330. Your Majesty. An attendant hurriedly rushed into Pharaoh's bedroom. Megalosaurus Pasha was ambushed by the Grand Vader. Due to drinking some wine at the banquet, Essidor's mind was already a little unclear. But when he heard this news, he still forced himself to stand up and took the towel from the attendant who took care of his daily life. Using the towel soaked in ice water and mint essential oil, he wiped his face and felt his mind clear a lot. "Tell me what's going on, and what's the situation now?" This was what Pharaoh had always asked of his attendants, so the person who came to report did not bother to salute and reported the situation concisely. "We don't know the cause, but Megalosaurus Pasha is currently in a critical situation. The Grand Vader had a sniffer unit, and Essidor naturally had his own eyes and ears." Although it was not completely clear why the Grand Vader, an ally who had fought against the Demon Lord's incarnation a few days ago, suddenly became enemies with Keys, the Megalosaurus Pasha. But it was not difficult to know the real-time development of the situation at this time. Summon the black-robed mages and the Naroya guards who are currently on duty in the palace, and send my commander's seal to the Praetorian Legion's station. Pharaoh thought for a moment before instructing. Let them be on standby, but don't act rashly. Essidor had his own considerations for making such a decision. Notifying the forces under his control in the city to prepare was actually because he was worried that the Grand Vader would have follow-up actions that might threaten his safety, although this possibility was not great. Although he now had some guesses about the Grand Vader's motives and knew that Keys might have been ambushed because he coveted the gold, and as the subject of the Pasha's loyalty, he was obligated to provide protection for the young blue dragon. But Essidor was not ready to act rashly at this time. He could not take the risk of splitting the Medici Empire. At least until the dust settled, Pharaoh was prepared to hold back for the time being. Similar decisions were passed down from top to bottom in many privileged families, and then carried out. Therefore, even though the two groups of people were fighting fiercely on the street, no one reacted immediately. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. Of course, in all fairness, everyone including Essador, was more optimistic about the Great Vader than the young blue dragon. As it turned out, their foresight was not bad. Keyes, who was stuck in the amber, tried many methods to break the seal, but they all failed. Due to the lack of oxygen, his consciousness had begun to blur. However, his active adaptation was taking effect, allowing him to slowly adapt to an environment without oxygen. It would have been fine if that was all, but the key was that the poison in Keyes' body had not been completely removed. Active self-adaptation had multiple roles. Even with the divine power plundered from the camel god of the island world as a supplement, he was still overworked. Although Keyes' companions were strong in combat and had beaten the Day Watchmen and the Fire Dwarf warriors to the point of being unable to fight back, that was under the premise that the Great Vader had not made a move. When the #1 spellcaster of Medici finished concocting the young blue dragon and freed himself, their situation took a turn for the worse. The situation instantly became precarious. "I'm sorry, but your lives today, you can't take it." Accompanied by the sound of a whistle, the steampunk half-lich appeared behind the Great Vader. He touched the Great Vader's shoulder with his sharp claws, which were enshrouded in an evil aura. "This is a spell developed by myself. Please evaluate it. Touch of Death." At the cost of giving up the form of a ray attack and using a more stringent touch spellcasting, Sneyd increased the lethality of the original Finger of Death spell, as well as the probability of instant death. In the Plain of Acid Fog Canyon, he had used this spell, together with the venomous-tongued but absolutely powerful mechanical warrior monk, to bestow eternal slumber on the wolf-snake demon warlord, who was like a rare animal in the bottomless abyss. However, the expected scene of the enemy turning into ashes did not happen. The Great Vader, who had been hit by such a powerful spell, only grunted, and a hexagonal crystal floated on the surface of his body. In an instant, there was a burst of light, and a surge of heat surged out. Sneyd, who was far away from the Great Vader, bore the brunt of the heat. His mechanical prosthetic hands began to melt and deform under the high temperature. The light lit up the night sky, and the entire street was as bright as day. For a moment, everyone found it difficult to open their eyes. Under the illumination of this light, the dark energy on the Great Vader, who had been injured by the touch of death, quickly dissipated. Flaming sun impact. Sneyd tapped the hexagonal crystal with his finger, and a blazing light beam shot out, accurately hitting the rapidly retreating steampunk half-lich. The Great Vader's palm twisted as if he was unscrewing a valve that regulated energy. The gathered light suddenly expanded, completely annihilating Sneyd. The half-lich, who was also a legendary mage, was not even able to add a spell shield for himself. He was melted into a pile of scrap metal by this fierce counterattack and fell from the sky. You can't even withstand a single blow. After dealing with the spellcaster who had suddenly appeared, the Great Vader recited a spell and put the hexagonal crystal back into his body. While squinting his eyes to adapt to the darkness of the night, he looked at the young blue dragon's followers. But who would have thought that a strange skull, the half-lich Sneyd, who had lost his mechanical prosthetic limbs, would appear among the group of people on the ground? The demonic soul flames in his eye sockets flashed fiercely like willow, the wisps, and an escape spell was instantly activated. Sneyd was still experienced, and he had already prepared a backup plan for his surprise attack. In fact, when Keyes summoned him to assist in the battle through the contract, he had also given him the right to take advantage of the situation. But there was only one thing, and that was to take away Keyes' companions as much as possible. The young blue dragon still had a life-saving trump card to use. The power of the abyss that he had previously obtained was now stored in the spirit crystal servant that was like his clone. If his main body died, he would return to the abyss and be reborn like a demon that died in the material plane. But not to mention how big the risk was, Keyes would inevitably mix with the demon bloodline of the Abyss, and in the end, it could bring about great repercussions. So, Keyes was still trying to break free from the cage, and he would not use this trump card if he could, seeing that the targets of the ambush had all escaped, but fortunately, the main target had not escaped. This result is acceptable. The great Vader secretly estimated, and then cast a shrinking spell on the amber block that imprisoned Keyes. Take this Megalosaurus Pasha away. Chapter 331. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. I won't move, and I won't move. This was the strategy of the young blue dragon imprisoned in the amber crystal. Unfortunately, the Grand Wektal cast the shrinking spell on the crystal together with Keyes inside. Although it was not as exaggerated as turning it into a sugar cube, it became the size of a farmhouse and could be placed on the transport vehicle prepared in advance by the fire dwarf craftsman. Take the Megalosaurus Pasha to the Lagoon Museum and put him in my laboratory, the Grand Wektal ordered after loading the vehicle. Because of the amber alchemy material that imprisoned Keyes, the young blue dragon who was captured could not be transferred by the teleportation spell. He could only be pulled away by the reinforced frame of the wide-tailed carriage. So the Grand Wektal personally escorted him, just in case. Of course, after the young blue dragon's followers escaped, he did not forget that there was a terminal building of the scale of perpetual order in Bite City. You go and take over the property of the Megalosaurus Pasha in Bite City. The Grand Wektal did not mention the word terminal in his words, but the generals on duty and Commander Winfong, who heard the order, understood tacitly. If there is any resistance, don't hesitate to kill them. At this time, the southern terminal building of Bite City was brightly lit. The kobolds of the Dragon Clan were busy nervously. They had received the news that the Lord of the Dragon Nest was ambushed and were preparing to evacuate. The brothers One Eye and Crooked Mouth and Santos, the senior manager of the Scale of Perpetual Order, were responsible for taking care of the relevant affairs. At this time, the three of them were as busy as ants on a hot pan. Fortunately, there was still order, and they were not in a mess. And this was thanks to the guidance of the emergency manual issued by Keyes. With the idea of being prepared, the young blue dragon had once simulated a similar situation in his mind and gave the corresponding advice. It happened so suddenly that we had no choice but to blow up the terminal. One Eye and Crooked Mouth used to be bandits, after all, and they had many different views compared to the fat merchant who cherished his wealth. We can't bring the floating behemoth with us in this terminal. Staying here will only help the enemy. Oh, okay. Santos wiped the sweat off his forehead out of habit. In the end, he used reason to overcome his greed. He said with a pained heart, "You guys can do whatever you want. I'll go to the animal pen. Those little guys are the precious assets of the Chamber of Commerce. They can all be brought onto the airship. Not a single one can be left behind." Not long after the fat merchant left the terminal and personally herded the sand rhinoceros into the cabin, the sentries on duty outside the terminal fired warning fireworks into the sky. They had discovered troops closing in from all sides. But there were two of them. One Eye, who had been paying attention to the situation, was puzzled, but the situation waited for no one. He immediately asked Crooked Mouth to activate the last defense measure and ordered everyone to board the airship immediately. The floating behemoth began to discharge the sand ballast before ambushing Keyes, in order not to let the young blue dragon notice. The Grand Vader did not make any arrangements for the properties of the Scale of Perpetual Order in Bite City. Therefore, the terminal was given a certain amount of time to evacuate, but when the young blue dragon was successfully captured, these properties became ownerless wealth and were coveted by many people. the Imperial Guard Legion, and the Day Watchman Troop, two elite troops that appeared to belong to the Medici Empire, faced each other with their swords drawn across the street. They were in a tense standoff. By the order of Pharaoh, the commander of the Imperial Guard Legion was not the big-bellied general who was familiar with keys, but another high-ranking military aristocrat. He let the captain of his bodyguards report loudly, "Bite City is temporarily under curfew, and this area is temporarily listed as a military-controlled area. We have no intention to offend the authority of Pharaoh." One of the day watchmen, who stood across the street with a spear, sword, and shield, walked out. It was the day watchman who was in charge of the command of this troop. However, the Grand Vader has ordered us to capture the subordinates of Megalosaurus Pasha, and they are now hiding in the terminal building. The previous Devil disaster is closely related to this Megalosaurus Pasha. But no matter how the day watchman explained, and even brought up the Grand Vader's order, the Imperial Guard Legion general in front of him always showed an attitude of, "I won't listen if you don't listen," which made the day watchman furious. Unable to bear it, the day watchman clasped his hands together, and the Vajra palms on his hands collided with each other, making a loud noise. "Then we won't stand on ceremony." Just as the day watchman was about to forcefully break through the blockade of the Imperial Guard Legion general, the guard post in the terminal building not far away discovered the situation. They shot 2 fireworks into the sky, and they bloomed. This time, even the Imperial Guard Legion general understood that the subordinates of Megalosaurus Pasha in the terminal building had obviously discovered them, and it was very likely that they would take the floating airship and fly away. "Rush into the terminal building. Don't let them leave." The day watchman immediately roared at the Imperial Guard Legion general without waiting for the order. The Imperial Guard Legion general, who was in a state of confrontation just now, immediately did as he was told. Pharaoh ordered them to take over the terminal building. If the other party all escaped, he would not be able to explain it to Eshen. However, when the 2 parties rushed into the terminal, they suddenly heard a series of heavy objects falling to the ground. Then, a large amount of yellow sand surged out, covering the people at the front with dust all over their faces. "Faster! They are releasing the sand ballast, and the floating airship will be able to take off soon." Because he had sent spies to investigate before, Commander Wenfeng knew some of the flight procedures of the floating airship. However, just as the day watchman was about to lead his men into the terminal building, the meticulous commander Wenfeng slowed down his pace, pulled his companion, and let the Imperial Guard Legion general lead his men in first. Rumble! In less than a moment, as soon as the Imperial Guard Legion general led his personal guards into the terminal building, the gunpowder buried inside exploded, and the ground trembled. Not only did the entire terminal building collapse, but even the apron behind it and the nearby city walls of Bite were damaged to varying degrees. And just as the people who luckily escaped with their lives were secretly rejoicing, suddenly someone shouted through the dispersing sand and dust. The huge black shadow that was rapidly rising into the air, the floating airship has taken off. Commander Wenfeng frowned. He knew that this flying vehicle could climb to an extremely high altitude, and if it was bent on retreating, it would be useless even if he mobilized the flying carpet to pursue it. "Let's go." Since there was no way out, he immediately suggested to the day watchman, "We have to quickly meet up with the Grand Vader. If we lose the Imperial Guard soldiers here, the matter of asking for ransom will be much more complicated." Chapter 332. Keyes, who still didn't know what the Great Dimensional was planning, was like a rider who had failed at a certain point, motionless. He could still move a little. After an entire night, when the carriage carrying the amber crystal drove into the Lagoon Museum, the young blue dragon regained consciousness. Thanks to his ability to actively adapt, he had not only successfully derived another set of circulatory systems to fully adapt to the oxygen-free environment, but he had also grown an organ similar to a poison sac, slowly concentrating the toxins in his body in one place. In other words, he had recovered more than half of his strength, and he now had the ability to fight the Great Dimensional. However, as a price, he had used up a lot of the divine power he had collected from the island world, and there was no place to replenish it for the time being. Megalosaurus were never salted fish, at least not for a dragon with the potential of a mutant like Keys. The reason he hadn't broken the amber crystal's shackles on him was mainly because he was curious as to why the Great Dimensional and Kanini had joined forces to deal with him, and what their F** king purpose was. And this amber-shaped crystal was really quite sturdy, and it also greatly weakened his psychic powers and force field abilities. The young man really had no way to break free for a while with his physical strength alone. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He didn't believe that the Great Dimensional had captured him just to add a piece of Megalosaurus amber to his home as a decoration. And to deal with him, whether he wanted to slice him up for research or kill him to prevent future trouble, he needed to take apart this amber crystal. Before he lost consciousness, Keys noticed that when his companions tried to rescue him, all their spells and physical attacks had no effect on the amber crystal. So he didn't think that the Great Dimensional could do anything to him through this crystal. Of course, this was just speculation, but fortunately, he had the spirit crystal servant that stored deep origin power as a trump card, so Keys wasn't really at his wit's end. So, after his 350th attempt to break the amber crystal to no avail, the young blue dragon decisively chose to give up for the time being. He began to size up the underground laboratory where he was locked up. Although it was called an underground laboratory, it could be seen as a small underground city that occupied a huge area. Keys had a hard time imagining what the Grand Vader's purpose was to spend so much manpower and material resources under the lagoon. Due to geological reasons, the laboratory had to be protected by magic circles at all times to ensure that it would not leak or collapse. At the same time, a pyramid-shaped building was built near the crystal amber where the young blue dragon was imprisoned. The area it occupied was comparable to Pharaoh's palace. After observing for a while, Quest was surprised to find that the pyramid was completely made of gold, judging from the reflection of the torchlight on the surface. Perhaps due to its weight, there were some broken particles at the corners of the pyramid. With the keen eyesight of the Megalosaurus, Keys could see that the broken parts of the particles were also shining with a golden color. No wonder gold is so scarce in the Ashen world. The young blue dragon secretly clicked his tongue, but he still did not connect the attack on him with gold. It turns out that almost all the gold in this world has been collected here by the Grand Vader. Keys silently thought about how to escape. Time flew by, and about 3 or 4 hourglasses had passed. He estimated that it was now dawn in Medicus, but he did not know if the ambush on him by the Grand Vader would cause a controversy in the court. Pharaoh seems to be wary of the Grand Vader, so he supports the Obsidian Council. The president of the Obsidian Council is the demon count Kanini, but he has joined forces with the Grand Vader this time. But if Kanini was instructed by Pharaoh, there was no Pharaoh's force among the people who ambushed me. Using the method of elimination, Quest tried to sort out the situation one by one. In the end, his gaze fell on the pyramid made entirely of gold. Could it be that the strongest in Medicus still wants to expand his collection? But why would Kanini join forces with him? He should have also received Bateau's military order. Because he wasn't clear about the Devil Count's desire to break free from the shackles of his noble title, the young blue dragon couldn't make sense of it no matter how much he thought about it. He was especially puzzled by the alliance between the Grand Vader and Kanini. Just as he was deep in thought, a commotion suddenly broke out. Your Excellency the Grand Vader, according to what you said, that young blue dragon has no chance of survival at this moment. Beside the Grand Vader, Kanini, the temporary ally, was constantly criticizing the other party, the main purpose of which was to ensure that Kiza's body and soul were destroyed. And the Grand Vader, who led him into the laboratory, seemed to not care about the Demon Count's clamor at all. He quietly walked towards the amber crystal that imprisoned Keyes. Approaching, Kanini first saw the imprisoned young blue dragon, but soon his attention was attracted by the golden pyramid in the distance. Could it be that this is all the disaster coins you have collected in the Ash world for 100 years? Almost all, the Grand Vader answered the Demon Count, which was rare for him. He explained, this is the majority of the gold in the Ash world, but this world is actually a world lacking gold. So for my experiment, the total amount is still slightly lacking. How much is still lacking? Or how much gold do you still want? Kanini asked bluntly. He had already guessed why the Grand Vader wanted to imprison Keyes and not kill him directly. This was obviously a deal, or using the young blue dragon as a bargaining chip to ask for a ransom from the Chamber of Commerce under his command. Normally, the Demon Count would not say that he wanted a share of the pie, but at least he would come up with some bad ideas, so that the Grand Vader would use some more radical means to snatch the gold. But now he was under Battle's military order. And if Keyes did not rush to the front line as scheduled, with the usual habits of Battle's bureaucracy, he, as the helper, would definitely be under strict investigation, and there would be no guarantee that there would be no mistakes. Therefore, Kanini asked the Grand Vader. This Demon Count wanted to pay some gold to buy the right to immediately execute Keyes. Hearing the Demon Count's question, the Grand Vader was slightly startled at first, but then he smiled and replied, "Of course, the more the better, but—" His finger pointed at Kanini. "You, as a demon, do not have the ability to pay." From the top of the golden pyramid, a straight beam of light shot out and instantly pierced through Kanini. Just like when facing Snader's sneak attack last night, the Grand Vader used a powerful spell he had created, but this time he became the attacker, and the hexagonal crystal column was replaced by the golden pyramid, which had more energy storage. Under the cleansing of the vast light, the Demon Count, who was affected by the confusion spell, which was also why he trusted the Grand Vader, and came to his laboratory, instantly collapsed and evaporated. The dead do not have the ability to pay. Chapter 333. As his body was burned to ashes, Kanini's ambitions crumbled because he wanted to become the Count of the Nessus court and thus break away from the promotion sequence of ordinary devil counts. He spent all his savings and transferred his soul from the Bartholomew Hell to the Ashen World in a remote area of the multiverse. Kanini had wanted to obtain the gift of hell by dragging this plane into the Bader camp. At the same time, he had estimated that this backward world did not have an existence that could easily kill him. But he had never thought that the Grand Vexer of the Medici Empire had hidden himself so deeply that he had a way to kill him instantly. In an instant, the Bader group devil with lofty ambitions had been defeated, and his soul had been destroyed before he could succeed. "Don't try to make a deal with the devil," the Grand Vexer said faintly after taking care of the aftermath. "Unless you can kill him in the end." Then he looked back at Keyes, who was imprisoned in the amber crystal and teleported away from the underground laboratory. In Bite City, after last night's riot, the atmosphere today was particularly solemn. Although the sun was high in the sky, there were not many pedestrians on the streets of the city, and every street was patrolled by soldiers. As for the merchants from other cities, the soldiers of the Praetorian army personally visited them to repeatedly check and interrogate them. Even the slightest resistance would result in a round of punches and kicks, and the more serious ones might even be attacked with axes. After experiencing the demon disaster 2 days ago, All the citizens were a little paranoid. People who were familiar with each other asked each other. They all wanted to know what had happened in the riot that broke out last night. Some said that Megalosaurus Pasha had betrayed Medici due to the temptation of the demon. Some said that the demon remnants might have ambushed Keys and blown up the terminal in order to avenge their master. There were all kinds of theories, but the only thing that was certain was that the merchants who had dealings with Gnome City in the south were the focus of attention. Among them, many were taken away by the Praetorian army overnight. No one knew whether they were interrogated or interrogated in the entire Bite City. The only place that could be considered normal was the newly repaired trade port that was about to be put into use. The air there was filled with the smell of sea salt, fertilizer, and boiling asphalt. It was filled with the cries of seagulls and the endless shouts of the people working at the port. The masts of the ships they loaded and unloaded swayed gently in the breeze. After the demon disaster, Keys had used the purification pump he invented to purge the flesh and blood poison of the demon lord in the fjords. Soon after, this important port regained its former bustle, even more so than before. After hearing the news from last night, Zagan Pasha rushed to the port under the escort of his personal guards as soon as the curfew was lifted. Using his identity as a pasha and his personal guards, who looked like they were not to be trifled with, he easily avoided a lot of trouble. Men with baskets full of freshly picked apples and fowls hanging round their necks, peddlers with baskets piled up on the quayside, and calling out to the sailors as they passed, women with armfuls of cloth in their hands and trying to convince the sailors of the value of their goods, and children with tinder they had procured from whence they came, and at the same time coveted the sailors' purses. More importantly, he did not need to be subjected to the suddenly strict inspection of the port guards. After passing through a passage specially prepared for high-ranking officials and dignitaries, Zagan Pasha soon arrived at the anchorage and saw his ship with half of its sails raised. Jackdaw was the name of Zagan Pasha's ship. It originated from a legend that had been circulating among the sailors of the archipelago for a long time. It was said that in ancient times there was a legendary warship that could fly into the sky and go into the sea. Its name was Jackdaw. At this moment, Zagan Pasha really hoped that his ship could live up to its name. It was unrealistic to fly into the sky, but at least it could travel faster on the sea and send him back to the archipelago sooner. The reason he had such a wish was because of the ambush on the Megalosaurus Pasha yesterday. As a pasha, he definitely knew more about the inside story than the ordinary citizens. From the moment he learned that the great Wechtel had made a move on Keys, he had many guesses, each of which made him feel terrified. What was even more intriguing was that before the ambush, the great Wechtel had solemnly vowed to have a good relationship with Sir Keys. It was said that when the Megalosaurus Pasha counterattacked, his poison suddenly flared up and he was easily captured by the great Wechtel. Zagan knew very well that the braised codfish he took out at the banquet was actually specially provided by Commander Wenfeng of the great Wechtel. According to him, it was to show his sincerity to Keys. There must be something wrong with that braised codfish. While he was glad that he did not eat it, he was puzzled. But the Megalosaurus Pasha didn't eat the braised codfish. Instead, it was his ogre companions who ate it clean. After thinking for a long time, Zagan could not figure out the main point. He simply gave up thinking and quickened his pace towards his ship. Bite City has become a place of trouble. I should go back to the archipelago as soon as possible. The moment he set foot on the deck, his hanging heart relaxed a little. Zagan was truly afraid that the great Vader would kill him to silence him, so as to keep the secret of his poisoning forever. Therefore, the Pasha stayed by the starboard wheel until the Jackdaw had sailed out of the anchorage. Slowly, the sails were raised, and the ship rushed out of the mouth of the fjord at full speed. Just as he was feeling lucky for his quick reaction, he remembered that he had not eaten breakfast yet. He wanted to ask the jackdaw's chef to prepare some food for him. "Remember, I only want cheese and water." It was not that he had lost his appetite for delicious food. It was just that he did not feel safe putting food into his mouth. With the Megalosaurus pasha as an example, Zagan did not think that his ability to resist poison was better than a megalosaurus. After the sail was filled with the sea breeze, Zagan carefully checked the ship's operation. After finding nothing unusual, he turned around and went to the cabin at the stern. He wanted to eat there first, then take a short nap. When he walked into the cabin, a plate of cheese with blue stripes was placed on the dining table. There was also a pot of water beside it. Zagan yawned. Just as he was about to take the food, he suddenly thought of something. He pointed at the guard on duty and said, "Try the cheese first." The guard obeyed. Zagan waited for a while, and when he saw that the guard was not acting strangely, he felt relieved and began to eat. As he ate the cheese, he felt a little thirsty. He picked up the pot and poured some water into his mouth. After that, the pasha did not wake up again. At the same time, the jackdaw's sails had been retracted. The pasha's ship had returned to Bait's harbor. Standing next to a stall at the harbor, Commander Wenfeng was haggling with a hawker when he saw the jackdaw's return. The second part of the ambush on Keys last night had been taken care of. Now, he had to finish the last part. Touching the papyrus letter in his pocket, he could not help but sigh. 3,330,000 silver cars, or the equivalent in gold. I hope I can come back safe and sound. Chapter 334. The Nero River was the largest river in Medica. It had plenty of water and a wide surface. Therefore, even if the boat went against the current, the sailors would not find it too difficult to paddle. Before Quessa's Scales of Eternity Chamber of Commerce used the Leviathan Behemoth's derivative as a carrier to establish an air route between the north and south of the empire, this river was the most commonly used highway by merchants and travelers. Sailing on the river, there was no need to take a long detour due to the mountains in the way, and there was no need to worry about the danger of getting lost. Moreover, there were many cities and villages along the Nero River, so it was easy to get supplies. They set off from Bite City and traveled by land to the city at the mouth of the Nero River. Then, they boarded a specially prepared galleon with enough food and water. More than 30 strong men sat on the lower deck and took turns to row the oars, heading straight for Nome City. Due to the ample preparation, the journey, which originally took more than a month, was shortened to about 10 days. However, Commander Wenfeng still felt that it was too long. As the saying went, if things were delayed, things would change. The scale of perpetual order had given too much time to react. Who knew if the other party had come up with a way to deal with it, or if the Megalosaurus Pasha's hostage would expire and become invalid? There are too many variables on this trip. Standing on the bow deck, Commander Wenfeng looked at the approaching city and thought to himself, but the Grand Vader's conditions are a little too harsh. If I had known this would happen, I would have let my men take full responsibility for the pursuit of the jackdaw. Originally, after dealing with Zagan Pasha, he wanted to use a teleportation spell to reach Nome City directly and go to the headquarters of the Scale of Perpetual Order to hand over the ransom agreement with the Grand Vader. But to his surprise, when the portal was opened, the sorcerers who were at least at the level of Black Robe found that the spatial coordinates of Nome City were greatly disturbed, and they could not teleport at all. Needless to say, it must be a defensive measure to prevent a surprise attack on the headquarters after the other party learned that Keys was under attack. That was indeed the case. When Snade had brought everyone back to Nome, he had immediately activated the defensive lock-like defensive device that he and the young blue dragon had developed and deployed together guarding against the Grand Vader's teleportation ambush. At the same time, the Pasha territory originally controlled by Keys had also entered a state of full combat readiness. They were always on guard against the Medici army that could appear at any time, regardless of whether the other party obeyed Pharaoh or the Grand Vader. Of course, Pharaoh was the highest ruler of this land. Within the Pasha's territory, there were some towns and cities that were further away from Nome and the Dragon Nest. They did not strictly follow the administrative and military orders issued by Nome City. However, the nearby cities such as Sparut on the Nero River, where Commander Winfong was about to arrive, had already entered a state of military control. Everyone was on edge. Commander Winfong was very sure of this, especially when he saw the ballista on the dock aiming at his ship. He no longer had any doubts about the information that his men had gathered. "Be careful, but don't show your weapons," he ordered loudly, making sure that all the sailors on the galleon could hear him. "After all, we are only here to negotiate, not to start a war." If the sailors on this ship were ordinary sailors, his order would have been almost impossible because no sailor would be willing to obediently put down their weapons when someone aimed a ballista at them. However, those who served on this ship were all carefully selected people who had heard the news. Naturally, they would not question the orders of their own commander. Even if the other party ordered them to commit suicide immediately, they would gladly do so without any hesitation. Listen to the defenders on the shore. "Our galleon needs to dock and head to Nome City near Sparut. His Excellency, the Grand Vexual, has an important letter that needs to be delivered to the Consul of Nome City. For the safety of the Megalosaurus Pasha and yourselves, do not rashly open fire. Otherwise, the next wave of ships sailing towards Sparut will not be the small boats of diplomats, but the thousands of warships of the Medici army." The one who shouted was the leader of the sailors. He was also one of the men who had heard the news. Although there were spellcasters on Wenfeng's side, and they could use voice transmission spells, they were now in a state of mutual hostility. In order to prevent the other party from misunderstanding and causing more trouble or even attacks, they could only use this more primitive method to communicate. Communication was basically done by shouting, but it was good. Of course, it was also possible that the message was very useful to the defenders on the shore. In any case, the ballista that looked like it would only take one shot to destroy the entire galleon did not fire. The defenders on the shore sent out a special navigator to guide the galleon to a special berth at the dock. From the information gathered by the men who had heard the news, Sparut was nominally under the jurisdiction of the consul, but in reality, it was controlled by the leader of an underground organization called Glove. And this Glove was a spy that the Megalosaurus Pasha had placed in the city. As the leader of Medici's spies, Commander Winfong was actually looking forward to meeting this Glove. He wanted to test the bottom line of this person's loyalty. Even if he could not use this person for himself, he could at least add a nail to Keys's seemingly monolithic camp so that it would be easier to break them down one by one in the future. But Glove did not give him this opportunity. Commander Winfong and his men did not even enter Sparut. Instead, 2 teams of defenders brought some camel beasts and escorted them directly to Nome City under the guise of guards. Sparut was only about a day's journey from Nome City. Since it was related to the safety of the Megalosaurus Pasha, the team had to maintain a fast pace. In addition, the scale of perpetual order had paid for the roads to be repaired for the convenience of transportation. After walking for about 10 hourglasses, Commander Winfong saw the walls of Nome City. During the Japanese invasion, the city had been burned down. Because it was used to make obsidian magic orbs to support the portal, less than 1/10 of the people in the city had survived. But now, in less than a year after Keys's management, the city had regained its vitality after the tournament. More and more people from the surrounding area had come to settle down here. After entering the city gate, Commander Wenfeng saw many merchants coming and going, as well as a bustling commercial market that was comparable to Bite. I hope this city, or the scale of perpetual order, can get 33 million silver cats. Otherwise, if such a thriving city of Medici is destroyed again, I'll have to commit many more sins. Chapter 335. After using an escape spell to escape from Bite City, Snade used a directional teleportation spell to bring the young blue dragon and his companions back to Gnome City. The scale of perpetual order also carried out a strategic retreat. After being ambushed, everyone was more or less injured. Only the ogre gourmet, Brew, fell ill because of the poison. In order to detoxify and heal him, the witch Dr. Paro had put in a lot of effort, but there was no improvement. He even had to concoct some highly toxic drugs in an attempt to fight poison with poison. If not for Brew's poison resistance, Paru's drugs would have been able to kill an ordinary ogre. It was not until the Demolic created a new steampunk-style body for himself that Brew's injuries stopped worsening with the help of the legendary spellcaster and the new anti-poison drugs developed by Paru that Brew's injuries were no longer worsening. However, his life was still in danger. Seeing his brother enduring the pain, his healthy brown skin gradually turned into an ominous grayish green. Some parts of his body had begun to shrink, and his weight had decreased by more than a third. Paru finally made up his mind. He would use his and Brew's lives as a wager to try a special treatment method. Blue and I might be in danger. The ogre shaman stood in front of Blue's sickbed and tiptoed slightly to pat Blue's shoulder. Facing his brother, who was almost half his height, the shaman instructed earnestly, If both of us don't wake up, you mustn't recklessly seek revenge on the great Vader. Come with us. I believe that given enough time, you'll definitely grow into the strongest ogre. There's no one like you. Tears streamed down from the eyes of the ogre, Neru. Although he wanted to stop Paru from taking the risk, this was the only way to save Brew. He could only give it a try. Please, Master Snade. After instructing his brother, the ogre voodoo doctor looked at the steampunk half-lich who had been collaborating with him for a long time. Later, please help us set up a barrier. This voodoo spell. There won't be any interference. The exhaust pipe on Snade's body spewed out steam, making a whistling sound. He interrupted Paru's words. Within half an hourglass, I promise with the real name of the spellcaster that you'll be able to do it. Originally, Snade wanted to say that if the voodoo spell failed, he would use a necromancy spell to resurrect Brew and Brew in another form. However, considering that it was not appropriate to disturb Brew's state of mind before casting the spell, he swallowed his words halfway. It was true that Snader, who was born in the Drow race, did not understand what friendliness and compassion were. However, as a research scholar, he deeply understood the principle of learning alone without friends, and learning alone without friends, which meant that Snader was ignorant and ignorant. Through the cooperation with Paru, the proud and arrogant half-lich recognized this ogre voodoo doctor. With his knowledge and ability in the field of voodoo and biological modification, Snade thought that Paru was a rare academic exchange partner. Then, thank you very much. With a buzzing sound, a light blue barrier appeared in Brew's ward, enveloping Brew and his doctor, Paru. After isolating themselves from any external disturbances, Paru looked at his brother, who was lying on the bed. Next time when you eat, he said as he raised the troll's skull staff in his hand, don't put anything into your mouth. As he said this, he took out a ceremonial bone dagger from the troll's skull staff and stabbed it into Brew's heart. Brew was poisoned, and his smelly blood spurted out like spring water. However, at this moment, it seemed to be grasped by a pair of invisible hands and condensed into a huge blood ball, that hovered at the tip of the dagger and rotated. Seeing this, Para did not hesitate. He quickly changed the direction of the dagger and cut open the artery on his thigh, allowing his blood to mix with Bru's poisoned blood. Voodoo's secret spell, poison transfer. The ogre witch doctor endured the feeling of powerlessness caused by the massive blood loss and decisively cast a secret spell to transfer all the poison in Bru's body into his own body. During the process of casting the spell, he carefully controlled the location of the poison, avoiding many important organs, and blocked the poison in his feet, the extremities of his limbs that were the furthest away from his organs and brain. As the poison was transferred out, the grayish-green color on Bru's skin faded at a visible speed. However, the wound caused by the ceremonial dagger in his heart was still fatal, and he was still on the verge of death. Under the influence of the poison, the ogre witch doctor's feet quickly festered and grayish-green spots instantly spread to his calves. Paru made a prompt decision and used the last of his strength to break the troll's skull staff into two halves. Voodoo's secret spell, Troll's Gift. The troll's skull staff was made from Paru's spine and skull. Through a unique secret spell, the unique vitality of the troll race was preserved. At the most critical moment, Paru would have a chance to heal his body. At this moment, he passed this gift to the dying Bru. Light brown mucus flowed out from the broken part of the staff. Paru poured all of it into Bru's chest that had been pierced by the ceremonial bone dagger and covered the surface of his damaged heart. This troll's gift allowed Bru's wounds to heal rapidly. Just like a real troll, other than using acid and fire to completely kill them, even if they were chopped into pieces, the pieces could grow into new troll children. Seeing Bru's chest start to beat again, Paru's heart was half at ease. He felt a little dizzy, but the healing process did not stop. The ogre witch doctor licked the brown liquid on the broken part of the staff and held it in his mouth. Then, without any hesitation, he picked up the sharp dagger and slashed at his own knee. Paru lay in a pool of blood. He used a legendary voodoo staff and his own legs as the price to save Bru's life. Seeing that the secret spell was completed, the half-lich Snade, who was waiting at the side, quickly removed the protective barrier and used magic to stop Paru's bleeding. The ogre Nalu rushed to his brother's side. He glanced at Blue to make sure that his chest was beating vigorously. He then carried Blue's body and placed him on another bed that had been prepared beforehand. Things that can't kill us. Neru straightened his body. Although the room had been raised, the ogre's head was still close to the ceiling. After eating them, we'll become stronger. Eat, perhaps because he heard the familiar words, the ogre gourmet, who had been unconscious for a few days, murmured softly and repeated Neru's words. Chapter 336. As the head of the spies, Commander Wenfeng's heart was as firm as a rock. When facing people who had fused secrets because of their wounds, he could ignore the other party's cries and quietly wait for the result he wanted. But to destroy a city, and a city that belonged to the country he had sworn to protect, and to send the entire city's citizens to the gallows, was not something that was easy to convince himself to do. It required a considerable degree of viciousness. Even if the Grand Vexer used the words unknown noble cause to describe the mission they were carrying out, and repeatedly assured him that as long as he obtained the last batch of gold, his spellcasting preparations would be completed. By then, the curse of the Medici Empire and even the Ashen World would be lifted, and their people would obtain inexhaustible energy, and the land would burst forth with more vitality. However, Commander Wenfeng had always been skeptical of this, but out of loyalty to the Grand Vexer, he carried out the order. In the future, if anyone mentions noble cause to me, I will definitely tell them to stay as far away as possible. Riding on the back of a hunchback, Commander Wenfeng entered the inner city of Nome. He did not even need to use his eyes to observe. The unfriendly gazes cast at him made him feel like there were thorns in his back, especially those unknown ones. Approaching the garden square in the center of the city, he saw the strategic teleportation portal built by the Wusan, as well as the ruins of the city's governor's mansion. After all of them were razed, Nome's new public facilities were rebuilt. As he went deeper into the city, Commander Wenfeng found more and more novel things that had not appeared even in Beitar. For example, many of the streets here had railway tracks in the air. From time to time, there would be cars that were emitting thick smoke and making whining noises as they pulled goods or pedestrians quickly across the streets. Another example was that he saw many small pavilions on the streets, and pedestrians would use 1 or 2 copper coins to buy printed papyrus to read. He ordered someone to buy a copy and found that it was similar to Beitar's official newspaper, but the content was richer: business information, local customs, and customs of Medicus. There was even a brief report about the attack on Megalosaurus Pasha. No wonder. He looked at the papyrus printed with the trademark of the Scales of Eternity in his hand. The text on it was full of speculation about the motives of the Grand Vader, Commander Wenfeng, and the others. Since entering this city, I have received so much hostility. He understood this kind of advertising method, but after some careful consideration, Wenfeng immediately realized another problem. That's not right. The bulletin here will be sold to the normal citizens. The literacy rate of the citizens here has reached a very high level. Thinking of this, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The increase in the literacy rate not only meant that the cultural quality of the city's citizens had improved, but it also meant that the ordinary people here had gradually broken away from the category of ignorance and were beginning to be able to use knowledge to arm their minds. Learning knowledge was once a privilege of the aristocracy, even in Bite City, which was the richest city in Medici. As a spy chief, he was well aware of the power of knowledge. At the same time, he was also well aware of the collateral value of knowledge, the ability to think rationally, which spread and infected like a plague. A single spark could start a prairie fire. Since the people of Nome City had developed wisdom, then what about the other cities adjacent to Nome City? What about the cities that had close trade with Nome City? What about the foreign tribes that were gradually approaching the dragon's territory? As far as he knew, it had been more than 10 days since the Megalosaurus Pasha was captured by the Grand Vader, but none of the cities that had established commercial trade routes with the Scale of Eternity Order had taken the initiative to terminate their cooperation. The value of Nome City, or even the values of Nome City, had now been widely recognized. Even if those cities were still under the rule of the Pasha and the Archons, the foundation of their rule, the aristocratic system of Medici, had been shaken by Nome. As for the regional and emerging business aristocrats, it could be seen from the fact that they did not take the initiative to terminate their cooperation with the Scale of Eternity Order that they were very dependent on Nome. Ransom, they must pay enough wealth, Commander Wenfeng secretly calculated in his heart, according to the information he had obtained. Although the daily operations of the Scale of Eternity Order would not be personally participated by the Megalosaurus Pasha, its integrated resources and power could be completely borrowed from the power of keys. The Megalosaurus, the young blue dragon, was the core that united the Scale of Eternity Order. They could not give up on such a leader. Commander Wenfeng sorted out his thoughts and found that the burden on his shoulders had suddenly become heavier. Even if we need to start a small-scale war, we will not hesitate to do it for the ransom. Only in this way can we reduce the speed of development of the Scale of Eternity. Let the Grand Vader's experiment be completed first and prevent the Medici Empire from being divided into different classes and causing even more destructive turmoil. He waved his hand. It was not a spell, but a signal with the hand gesture that they had agreed on before. The eyes of the two elite sniffers beside him lit up, and they immediately threw out two chimera-modified telepathic palace guards without leaving a trace. As soon as they landed, they hid in the shadows of the street corner. According to the instincts of living creatures, these telepathic palace guards that had different voice messages recorded in advance would follow the pheromones, and these pheromones were smeared in the corners of the streets and alleys by the sniffers who had infiltrated Gnome City earlier. The telepathic palace guards relied on their small bodies to follow the route planned by the pheromones without attracting attention, and finally arrived at a preset safe house in the city. After the sniffers waiting there received the message, they would immediately think of a way to encrypt the message and send it out of Gnome City. But the two elite sniffers who threw the telepathic palace guards did not expect that their little pets had not gone far. To be precise, they had just turned a corner in the street when they encountered a separated skeleton puppet. Although the separated skeleton puppet was only the size of a mouse, it was enough to deal with the telepathic palace guards. Under the orders of the kobold leader of the Dragonborn clan, who led them to set up a defensive circle, the telepathic palace guards were quickly captured alive. Then they were immediately taken away and sent to the steampunk Demolica's laboratory, where Snader personally analyzed the voice message. The production cost of the telepathic palace guards is 25 silver cats each, and the breeding cost is 15 silver cats. Please make the corresponding compensation. Hearing this message, steam spewed out from the exhaust pipe behind Snader, and two whistles sounded. At this time, a patrolling eagle with a note tied to its claw in advance was flying quickly to the north, and there were two other patrolling eagles still circling above Gnome City, waiting for Commander Winfeng's new orders. Chapter 337. A team of bandits was walking in the vast desert. Many bandits had scarves or handkerchiefs loosely tied around their necks. They had tattoos on their bodies that symbolized their affiliation with the bandits. They also had beards, and their heads were wrapped in white cloth headscarves used to block the burning of the eternal blaze. Some of the sailors looked old, but they were actually not that old. They were at most in their 20s or 30s. Their skin was dark brown, and their faces were full of wrinkles. They had been baptized by wind and sand. The skin of the real old bandits was like a melted candle. Most of the older sailors were silent. The scarves around their necks were always pulled up to cover their mouths and noses. Their headscarves were so low that they almost covered their eyes. They were alert. Most of the bandits carried more than one weapon: machetes, daggers, bows and arrows, crossbows. In the unique culture of the bandit circle, the more weapons they had, the more powerful they were. Most of those weapons were obtained from battles, and such battles included but were not limited to robbing small desert elf tribes, attacking caravans, and fighting between bandit gangs. These people's hometowns were all over the place: Gnome City, Sparut City, Rust City, Bite City, Taka City. Some of them were even the remnants of the Japanese expeditionary army that had been scattered before, and the one leading them was an elite team of sniffers. About a year ago, this group of bandits was like a mass of loose sand scattered in the vast central and southern areas of Medica. They relied on the trade routes between oases, the weapons in their hands, and their true abilities to do a happy business without any cost. However, since Megalosaurus Pasha ruled the central territories of Medica, teased the scale of perpetual order rose rapidly. These bandits, who were originally going to make a fortune from the development of trade, were in big trouble. How could the young blue dragon let go of those who affected the development of the Chamber of Commerce? That was an important carrier for him to gradually grow his power. As a result, these bandits who used to roam the desert became the main targets of the Megalosaurus Pasha from the moment he took office. Apart from the Dragonborn clan, The kobolds would form patrols under the leadership of the young blue dragon in the dragon's lair to regularly encircle and annihilate bandit gangs within their territories. The scale of perpetual order had also set bounties for the heads of many famous bandits. Death, escape, death, injury. In the short span of a year, with Gnome City as the center, there were no longer any large bandit gangs in the surrounding hundreds of Perescens. As for the smaller gangs, which usually only had a few dozen or even a few members, they could not attack the cities where the terminal was built and where the forces of the scale of perpetual order had stationed themselves. When they wanted to rob the caravans by land, they had to think twice before robbing them. They had to see if they were a match for the caravan guards so that they could not rob them, and their heads would be borrowed as evidence to exchange for the bounty. Just as these bandits were trembling in fear and anxiety, the sniffer unit began to make arrangements for them in advance. Many of the bandit gangs had spies infiltrated before. After their leaders were hunted down and killed or died in various accidents, these sniffer unit elites all emerged and became the new leaders of the bandit gangs. They took their subordinates and left the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha. They carried out small-scale activities in the territories of other Pasha and rested. At the same time, this group of people also secretly formed a bandit alliance. The new leaders of each bandit gang, who were originally the elite members of the sniffer unit, gathered together and used various methods to eliminate dissidents and strengthen their own forces in the local area. Following the orders of the sniffer unit commander, this group of bandits, who had been reunited, formed an alliance and began to move towards the hinterland of the Megalosaurus Pasha. They wanted to take back the wealth and glory that should have belonged to them. Of course, to put it nicely, these people were pawns. To put it bluntly, they were full of cannon fodder. The purpose of sniffer unit commander's use of this secret chess piece was to bring more pressure to the scale of perpetual order, so as to force them to accept his ransom request. The reason why the bandit alliance was the vanguard was that Pharaoh's attitude was still unclear. He had not declared Keyes a traitor, so it was not in line with the rules to send a regular army to his territory. Moreover, according to the information obtained, the Megalosaurus Pasha's ability to create territories was not weak. The cities under its control were tough bones that were difficult to chew. The several legions of the Megalosaurus Pasha had either experienced the invasion of the Japanese or resisted the demon disaster. If they launched another attack on the Blue Dragon's territory, there would definitely be heavy losses. However, it did not matter to the bandit alliance. Even if they all died in battle, Sniffer Unit Commander would not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Instead, he would feel fortunate that he did not have to deal with the dregs of the Empire in the future. Of course, in order to not let these cannon fodder die in vain, Sniffer Unit Commander still prepared some new weapons for them. The Bandit Alliance had seized more than 10 cannons and a large amount of ammunition through several robberies. Thanks to the help of these weapons, they were able to pose a certain degree of threat to the cities in the territory of the Megalosaurus Pasha. Bosses, riding a camel beast from the back of the team to the front of the team, a bandit leader with a light blue headscarf shouted. He was responsible for looking after the supply vehicles, and there were some situations that he had to report to the sniffer who led the team. There's a problem with the wheel hubs of those vehicles again. The barrels of those cannons are still too heavy, and this is the 13th, no, the 14th time that the wheel hubs have broken today. The carpenters said that the places that can be reinforced with rivets have been nailed full. Then what do you think? The sniffer who was disguised as the leader asked, indifferently, "Boss, we haven't used this thing before. All we have to do is prepare a group of people and shoot a round of fire arrows into the city. Those nobles in the city who are afraid of death will be scared and obediently give us the silver coins." The whip flew through the air and hit the face of the blue headscarf with a paw sound. It was so painful that he trembled, but he still did not dare to cry out. Is the sound of the whip loud? But it is far worse than the sound of cannons. There is no sound louder than the sound of cannons, especially when the sound is in your ears. With a voice that was close to an aria, the sniffer leader of the Bandit Alliance patiently taught his subordinates. That feeling was like being punched by nothingness. The explosion makes you scared and dizzy. You don't know if the world is really shaking or if it is just your eyes deceiving you. But it doesn't matter at all, because fear will seize your heart first. Looking at the confused expression of his subordinates, the sniffer shook his head and thought, what's the point of talking to cannon fodder? So he put on a serious face and said sternly, whips and fire arrows can't scare our new target. You definitely didn't make a living in this place before. Old brother, you definitely didn't run out of this place before. Look at the color of your headscarf. Only cannons can work. After being scolded, the bandit leader instantly understood a lot. Chapter 338. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The calm Nero River flowed quietly. Several capable men in the Sand Bandit Alliance, who used to work as carpenters in Medici, assembled several wagons into wooden rafts. Relying on the buoyancy of the current and the traction of the people on the riverbank, they finally found a suitable way to transport the heavy cannon barrels. However, the leaders of the bandits, played by the elites, still felt that this group of cannon fodder was a little useless. One had to know that they had repeatedly reminded them that the cannon powder used for launching had to be kept dry and could not be touched by water. However, in order to save effort, some of the Sand Bandit Alliance members directly put a few barrels of cannon powder on the rafts. As a result, after a day's journey, the river water soaked the barrels that were used to hold the cannon powder. The cannon powder that could fire more than 10 rounds was wet and completely scrapped. Blue Bandana, who was in charge of the transportation, was not so lucky this time. The thing that hit him in the face was no longer a whip, but a blade. This bloody lesson taught all the bandits a lesson. None of them dared to slack off in the slightest. After 3 to 5 days of travel, the team arrived near the territory of Megalosaurus Pasha. They only needed to travel for one more day to reach Spat City. The Sand Bandit Alliance members rested on the spot while they quietly waited for the orders from the Sand Bandit Alliance members. Whether to advance or retreat was not up to the Sand Bandit Alliance members. It was up to the Sand Bandit Alliance members to decide. After less than 2 days of rest, a patrolling eagle landed in the Sand Bandit Alliance members' tent. It ate its fill of meat and then left. After about an hourglass, the team of several Sand Bandit Alliance members was ready to set off for Spat City. After an entire day of rapid travel, the team, which was made up of the worst scumbags of the Medici Empire, approached Spat City after nightfall. They stopped at a distance that was within the sight of the guards, but beyond the range of their weapons. Gentlemen, as a rule in our line of work, we will not do stupid things under the command of a madman. Instead, we will act according to our common craziness. According to tradition, the leader of the Sand Bandit Alliance rode on the back of the hunchback and began his speech. Following his words, the bandits under his command burst into laughter, expressing their approval of this opening statement. Our target is an ancient city. We need its wealth to make up for the damage that the reptile has done to our coffers over the past year. Therefore, I, the leader of the Sand Bandit Alliance, the person in charge of your money bags, would like to initiate a vote. Everyone who wishes to set off a terrifying sandstorm here and take over that city, stomp your feet and shout, yes. The crowd loudly expressed their approval, and there were no opposing voices among them. This made the bandit leader very satisfied. For those who object, please shout, "Not good." Although there was no tradition to prove it, every bandit knew or had seen with their own eyes what happened to those who dared to disobey the leader. Most of the time, their throats were slit, and there were also cases where they were stripped naked and buried under the sand. Therefore, not a single person made a sound. Even Pharaoh's parliament of nobles is not this united. The bandit leader roared and announced without any reservation. Instantly, the bandits cheered, as if the wealth promised by the leader was already within their reach. "Then what are you bunch of lazy bums waiting for?" Unsheathing the scimitar at his waist, the bandit leader swung it a few times in the direction of Spat City. His tone changed from that of a gentle breeze to that of a ferocious roar. "Hurry up and set up the cannons. Hurry up and shoot a few cannons at him to greet the consul and those nobles." Ha ha ha! Accompanied by a long and wild laughter, everyone in the Sand Bandit Alliance immediately got busy. Perhaps it was because they had chewed the refreshing tobacco in advance, or perhaps it was because the wealth promised by the leader stimulated their nerves. But even after a day of rapid marching, these people were still full of energy and did not show any signs of fatigue. Not long after, at least much earlier than the leader expected, the bandits unloaded the cannons from the supply wagons, fiddled with all the parts, and began to pre-aim at Spat City. One had to admit that in terms of controlling weapons, this group of bandits who could stop children from crying at night in Medic did have some talent. Even though they had not actually fired a few cannons, some of them had figured out how to aim based on the scales on the cannons. Raise it by 3 scales. A bandit in charge of firing narrowed his eyes and raised his thumb to compare it with the fire on the top of Spat City. He said to his companion who was in charge of setting up the cannons, "Although it might not hit the top of the city accurately, at least it won't hit outside the city walls. As long as the cannons fly into the city, it doesn't matter what the result is." What else can we do? Lifting the cannon barrel was a physically demanding task, so the bandit who was assigned to this task replied, snappily, "We're firing a half-wrist iron bullet. Let alone humans and animals, even houses will be pierced through or even collapse." "Then, do you want to give it a try? How about you light the first cannonball?" "Sure, I'll give it a try. I've seen you fiddling with it before. If it weren't for the fact that I can't remember the numbers, I could also get an easy job." After placing the wooden blocks under the cannons, the bandit who lifted the cannons reached for the torch in the bandit's hand. However, he did not notice that the bandit had secretly pulled out an iron bolt that fixed the cannons and the cannons. Then, the reckless bandit lit the fuse on the torch. The cannon burned and made a hissing sound. He even covered his ears with his hands. Then, with a loud bang, the cannonball was fired. The huge recoil bounced the cannons up and hit the bandit in the lower abdomen. The unlucky bandit flew out miserably and kept vomiting blood. It was obvious that he was going to die soon. The first cannonball fired by the cannons was generally known as the cold cannonball. Because the cannons were still very cold, they were most likely to explode when the cannon powder suddenly exploded. Even if the cannonball did not explode, the recoil would be greater. Coupled with the fact that someone had pulled out the iron bolt that fixed the cannonball, this accident was completely a murder. However, it was only a bandit who died, and the cannon was not damaged. At most, it could be used again with a fixed iron bolt. Therefore, the others did not pay much attention to it and went about their work, sending their greetings to the city of Spat with the incessant sound of cannonballs. Idiot! Glancing at the corpse that was dragged aside, the bandit who was responsible for firing the cannons showed a cruel smile. He did not feel uncomfortable about the murder at all. After all, deception was the true tradition of the bandits. "I still owe you 3 silver cats. Let's write it off." Chapter 339. War is deceit. Crooked Lips curled his lips and said to his brother, One Eye, standing on the city wall, One Eye took out a small telescope from his waist pouch. It was one of his gains from his life as a bandit. The brass mirror made the telescope almost indestructible, and the clever design allowed it to be folded. He opened the telescope and carefully observed the people outside the city, who could be considered as his former colleagues or juniors. Since the night fell last night, the invading enemies would launch a fierce bombardment at Spat City every 1 or 2 hourglasses. Then they would let the cannons cool down and wait for the next shot. However, because of the illusion array set up in advance, the city in the eyes of the Sand Bandit Alliance was very different from its real location. Most of the cannonballs fired last night actually hit the open space next to the city. Only a few of them missed the target and accidentally brushed against the walls of Spat City. The damage caused by them was only some debris. However, as the eternal blaze slowly rose from the horizon, the effect of the illusionary circles that only worked at night was gradually gone. In half an hourglass at most, the true appearance of the city would be exposed to the enemy. Through the raised lens, One Eye used his remaining eye to carefully observe the army outside the city. Bows, javelins, machetes, and shields glittered in the low-angle sunlight. In addition, in his eyes, groups of cavalry in the vanguard moved quickly through the camp, stirring up smoke and dust. This scene seemed to remind him of some of his experiences when he was a bandit. He seemed to be able to hear the rippling and clanking of chain armor. At the rear of the camp, there was a long supply line, but it lacked effective management. A large group of mules, 6 groups of horses, and various camels were hastily tied to wooden stakes that were temporarily inserted into the sand. They didn't even have time to unload the various military supplies they carried. If this team was a regular army of Medici, then in addition to the soldiers fighting in the front line, there would be more corresponding personnel in the rear, auxiliary soldiers, cooks, weaponsmiths, and carpenters. These people would take care of everything neatly. However, for a team composed entirely of bandits, other than daring to risk their lives, what else could they ask for? Those fellows are just a bunch of mobs. Crooked Mouth stretched lazily. The bombardment last night had affected his quality of sleep. He patted the sturdy battlements on the city walls and spoke to the nervous soldiers around him who were tightly gripping their weapons. They only dare to gather around the city because they have more people. Impudent, that's the word. Sir, they have cannons, and a soldier who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old said timidly, but was immediately interrupted by Crooked Mouth. Hey, little soldier, I'm sure you've never fought in a war before. You've never seen a real battle. Crooked Mouth stretched out an index finger and waved it in front of the young soldier. That's just a group of bandits, not an army. Do you see their high-board ships loaded with supplies? Do you see that they have a caravan that stretches several Paresan lengths? Every time those cannons fired, they would have 1 less cannonball and 1 less batch of cannon powder. They've been fighting all night yesterday, and they definitely won't have enough ammunition today. Otherwise, Pharaoh would be the leader of the bandits because they're better equipped than Medici's most elite troops. They had to admit that Crooked Mouth's words sounded reasonable. Coupled with his teasing tone, everyone's nervous mood relaxed a lot for a moment, except for One Eye, who was holding a brass telescope and counting something attentively. 3, 6, 12. He calculated silently in his heart. When did the bandits become so rich? They've been firing cannons all night, and more than 100 cannonballs, and there's still less than half of the stock left? Humph! It's most likely the handiwork of His Excellency the Great Vader. At the same time, some of the bandits outside the city also stared at Spat City and frowned. Looking at the direction of the cannons, and the city under the eternal blaze, the sniffer, as the leader of the bandits, thought for a moment and realized what was going on. Damn camouflage! The bombardment last night was not in the right place at all. He began to feel anxious. Last night, more than half of the ammunition had been used up. If the bombardment continued at the same frequency, the remaining gunpowder in the morning would be completely used up at that time. Even if he gave up on using iron core cannonballs and ignored the risk of exploding, he would just find some random rocks to grind and stuff into the cannonballs. Without the precise ratio of gunpowder, those cannonballs would become a pile of useless metal lumps. Nothing could be fired. For Commander Wenfeng's order, he had to let these bandits attack the city walls of Spat City in person. Not only did attacking a city require the sacrifice of men, but it also required enthusiasm and anticipation for the siege, as well as willpower to face the trampled corpses at close range. Although these could all be lured with money, there was a time limit. Especially after yesterday's rapid march and the sleepless bombardment, the leader of the bandits knew very well that his men must be exhausted and close to exhaustion, no matter how much tobacco they chewed. Even Medici's most elite royal guards would not be able to withstand the fatigue. He did not think that these scumbags without any honor could overcome it with their willpower. If they were pushed to the extreme, it was hard to guarantee that these people would not mutiny on the spot. He was not worried about his own life. The ones who had infiltrated the bandit alliance were an elite team of snipers. In the worst-case scenario, they were confident that they could break out of the encirclement together, but he was worried about fulfilling Commander Wenfeng's orders. Rather than that, it was better to let these bandits attack the city walls first while they still had some energy to put some pressure on the defenders. Then, he would greatly reduce the frequency of the bombardment and let the cannons delay the defenders for a day or two. Based on the information he had gathered, the Sand Rhino caravan under the scale of perpetual order would travel between Nome and Spat every once in a while to carry out the regular trade. When the time came, he would release these trained bandits to loot the caravan. Not only would they be able to replenish some supplies, they would also be able to satisfy the lust of these scumbags for destruction, and at the same time, they would be able to put some pressure on the other side. 3 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, he immediately raised his hand and gestured to the signaler. While we're cooking and resting for 2 hourglasses, let the carpenters seize the time and piece together the siege ladder that can be built to the top of the city wall. Chapter 340. The short break allowed many bandits to breathe a sigh of relief, considering that they had not slept for the whole day. The leader of the group, the sniffer, specially asked the chefs to make a pot of stew with spices to soothe their stomachs. Eat, drink, fill your stomachs as much as possible, the leader in charge of distributing food shouted. He mimicked the expression of animals when they were wolfing down food. The flesh on his cheeks trembled, and from time to time he would make a lulu, lulu sound. Rest for a while more, then we'll pull out our knives and go forward. We'll put on a good show in front of those shivering old men. Some of the young bandits listened to his advice and tried to eat as much as possible so that when the shields hit them, they would be bounced off by their round stomachs. However, the older bandits were used to big scenes of life and death battles. At this time, they ate slowly. Although they did not eat much, they would make sure that every mouthful of food was fully chewed. Eating was also a skill, especially before the battle. Anyone with experience knew that the most dangerous thing was not the shields that hit them, but the machetes and spears that were impossible to guard against. A stomach full of undigested food would not only make your mind slow, your body clumsy, and there was a possibility that your chest and abdomen would be cut open and could not be stitched up. However, Eating too little was not good. Swinging a machete to chop the enemy's skull was also a very heavy physical work. They needed to replenish their energy in advance. After eating their fill, some bandits could no longer hold on. They directly lay down on the ground and started snoring. After all, the rapid march during the day yesterday, coupled with the setting up of artillery at night to bombard the city wall, the sleepiness brought about by fatigue was not something that the refreshing tobacco could resist. At this time, the elite sniffers who were disguised as the leaders of the Sand Bandit Alliance showed their uniqueness. After a long period of strict and professional training, the energy of these sniffers was far beyond that of ordinary people. In order to complete the task, they even did not rest for more than 2 days. In addition, they took time to take a nap to replenish their energy, and they could even last longer. Therefore, these people brought their trusted subordinates, the lucky fellows who had plugs in their ears and eyes to sleep during the bombardment last night, and rode the camel beasts to patrol the camp, acting as guards for the people who were sleeping soundly. The one-eyed man who was holding a brass telescope saw everything. He looked up again and squinted at the eternal blazing sun that was slowly climbing into the sky. "It's a nice day today," the one-eyed man said to himself. "It's a good day for murder and arson." That's right. Upon hearing One-Eye's words, his brother crooked his lips and agreed. "After bombing for an entire night, it's time for our young man to fire a few shots." In order to strengthen the defense of the city, the Scale of Perpetual Order had shipped 2 cannons to Spat City 2 days ago, as well as sufficient ammunition. They were the lads that Crooked Mouth had mentioned, and were used to replace the original ballistae. Although there weren't many of them, the quality of the cannons provided by the Scale of Perpetual Order was very good. The cannons were made of 2 kinds of metals, copper and iron. The body of the cannons was also fastened with iron hoops to ensure that they could fire continuously in a short period of time without the risk of the barrel exploding. In addition to the quality of the cannons, a strict and detailed cannon operation instruction manual was also sent along with the cannons, which reflected the high attention paid to the details of preparing the cannons for battle. The gunpowder was loaded into the barrel, and then a wooden or sheepskin plug was stuffed into the barrel. The plug was then pressed down with an iron rod to ensure that no matter what the situation was, the plug would not fly out of the barrel except for the impact of the gunpowder explosion. Then, the cannoneers carried the stone shells covered with iron sheets to the front of the cannon and carefully loaded them into the barrel. The shells were designed to match the barrel, and the polished caliber was quite neat and close to seamless. The cannoneers who fired the cannons had undergone simple training. Although they were not as skilled as the cannoneers, with the markings set in advance and the code drawn in advance to aim, at least there would not be too much deviation. Then, through the use of wooden wedges to adjust the elevation angle of the cannons, a huge wooden beam was used to place the cannons in place, and at the same time, stones were used to press the wooden beam to absorb the excess recoil. This way, the impact of the explosion and the violent recoil would not cause the cannon to deviate from the correct position and cause the shot to miss. Finally, the bags of gunpowder were filled into the muzzle, and the shooting preparations were all complete. Adjust the elements. Fire. Watching the successful completion of the firing process, Crooked Mouth excitedly curled his big mouth and ordered excitedly. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the cannon ignited and produced a huge thrust that pushed the ammunition out of the barrel. Thick smoke floated out of the muzzle, and the friction between the iron sheet on the stone shell and the barrel produced a flash of fire. The temperature increased and softened, and after hitting the target, it was easier to splash in all directions to cause damage to the surrounding enemies. The shocking sound woke up most of the bandits who were resting outside the city. Even if some of them thought that it was the power of their own cannons and did not want to pay attention to it, the subsequent screams of their companions still woke them up from their sleep. Just in time. Seeing that some of his subordinates were blown to pieces by the cannonballs fired from Spat City, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the bandit leader. He thought to himself, "Just in time, I don't have to waste my breath. I just need to—" What are you scum waiting for? Are you waiting for them to put their machetes to your necks? Hurry up and get up. The bandit leader suddenly roared and kept smashing the heads of his panicked subordinates with the back of his machete. What are you afraid of? Can't you tell? They only have 2 cannons. Rush up the city wall, and the cannons will be useless when they get close. What are you waiting for? Are your wallets bulging? Or do you think that the lords in the city will take the initiative to reward you? After saying that, the bandit leader rushed towards Spat City alone. Seeing that their leader was leading the charge, most of his subordinates were encouraged. They let out a cry of confusion and followed suit. Seeing this, the other members of the Sand Bandit Alliance also became ferocious. They pulled out their weapons and charged towards Spat City. However, they did not notice that the leader who rushed out first was getting slower and slower. As he ran, he fell from the first echelon to the back of the formation. The ladder that the carpenters had hurriedly made came in handy at this time. There were specialized bandits carrying it toward the city wall. When the ladder reached the top of the city wall, the bandits at the front began to howl as they climbed up the city wall. Iron javelins with stabilizing fins, arrows, and stones poured down like rain on the enemies who were trying to climb up the wall. All kinds of noises suddenly rang out. Swords and sabers collided fiercely against shields, producing crisp sounds. Blades cut throats, arrowheads pierced chests, and stones smashed skulls. Of course, there was never a lack of wails from the injured on the battlefield. Chapter 341. Many things needed to be prepared for a siege. Various types and forms of tortoiseshell spikes, movable wooden towers, different forms of ladders, different tools needed to dig different types of walls, and it was best to have a mage to cast spells from the back. However, the Sand Bandit Alliance only had crude ladders and cheap human lives. The soldiers formed by the bandits each had the responsibility of cavalry and infantry, archers and lancers, armorers, cannoneers, raiding light cavalry, and tunnel engineers. They were all versatile, but none of them were professionals. Although the walls of Spat City were not very tall, and the core of the defense system was still an ordinary wall, the thick walls were made of concrete. Then, large blocks of limestone were placed on the outside, and bricks were inserted to make the whole structure more solid. The battle platform at the top of the city wall was protected by the battlements, and there were stairs from below to the platform at the top. There were also several towers scattered around. According to the Medici's habit of building towers, these towers were not connected to the city wall. This way, the towers and the city wall could be stabilized and not collapse. It was precisely because of this that the bandits, who were struggling to climb the ladder, had to endure attacks from both the sides and the top of their heads. Many soldiers were hiding in the battle platform of the tower, shooting arrows at the enemy from the shooting holes. For the sake of their own lives, many bandits had no choice but to pick up the shields of their companions that had fallen from the arrows. They tied the shields around their bodies before they dared to continue climbing. At the same time, they had to carefully block the falling rocks. As for the legendary defensive magic weapons, golden soup and hot oil, because the former was too dirty and the latter was too expensive, the 2 brothers Crooked Mouth and One Eye did not let the defenders prepare in advance. They had better choices, and killing the enemy was more efficient. Of course, these choices were also provided by the Scales of Eternal Order. When the Sand Rhino Caravan sent the 2 cannons They also sent some special defensive equipment that could spray flammable solution to burn the enemy. The solution was packed in small buckets. When it was used, one only needed to open the lid, put the bucket in the slot reserved on the machine, and then manually press the spraying device, and it would be able to operate smoothly. The core ingredient of the solution was black oil produced near Nome, mixed with powdered resin to give it adhesiveness. The production cost was not too high, and there were hundreds of small barrels delivered. According to the estimation of the technician in charge of installing the equipment, this batch of solution could last all the equipment for about 4 hourglasses if it was sprayed continuously. Moreover, this was not the time it could cause damage. Due to the viscosity of the solution, it could adhere to the enemy's clothes and armor after being sprayed out. Once ignited, it could burn for a long time. In this regard, the bandits who were besieging the city immediately understood. Many of them had just climbed to the top of the city wall and waved their weapons in an attempt to cut down 1 or 2 defenders. However, before they could stand firm, they were blasted in the chest by the fire dragons that shot out from the tower. At this time, the guards who were originally on the city wall had already retreated from their positions. They put down the iron fences used to seal the city and stood guard in the tower. The empty space at the top of the city wall had already turned into a sea of fire. Even the air had begun to twist and become scorching hot. Following a series of splashes, the rather laughable sound of oil being sprayed rang out. It was as if the flames had formed into a railing that blocked all the invaders. The worst thing was that when the flames hit their bodies, they would immediately burst into cries and screams. The sticky solution was very difficult to wipe off. Once it was ignited and came into contact with a person's skin, it would turn into a greedy venomous snake that would not stop until it had burned to the bone marrow. As long as the flames touched their armor, the bandits could only quickly take off their armor. However, they would immediately be targeted by the archers hiding in the tower. If they did not take off their armor, the flames would burn through their armor and lick their skin. Some people opened the water pouch at their waist and tried to use water to extinguish the flames, but it was to no avail. It was even more dangerous to hit them carelessly. That could easily turn them into a torch. The best solution was to use sand to cover the flames and extinguish them. However, how could there be so much sand on the city wall? Some smart people quickly came up with a solution. They climbed down the ladder. Some people even felt that the city wall was not too high and simply jumped down from the top of the city wall. The originally chaotic siege battle immediately became even more chaotic because of the return of this group of people. In some corners of the battlefield, there were situations where people from the gangs who were already at odds with each other pulled out their swords and started to fight with each other. What a bunch of useless people, the bandit leader snorted coldly. He thought fiercely in his heart, it's fine if they are burned to death, but they will actually affect the progress of the siege later. The commander is right. If you want to do something well, you have to do it yourself. After thinking for a while, the veteran sniffer immediately came up with a solution. He pulled out his scimitar and waved it in the air. Supervisor team, come out. Go and suppress those ungrateful people. Immediately, a group of elite bandits riding on 6-legged war horses rushed out from behind him. They wore the same style of mail armor and held scimitars in their hands as they rushed towards the chaotic battlefield. As long as there was resistance, no matter which gang they belonged to, the supervisor team would treat them equally. Even if they didn't dare to resist, they would still be whipped a few times in the face. Although the supervisor team's behavior was barbaric, it was indeed very effective. Soon, the chaos gradually subsided. At this time, the bandit leader also made his own preparations. He ordered people to dig up river mud from the Nero River not far away and smeared it thickly on his cloak. He wanted to use this method to resist the flame spray. Many of the gang leaders who were disguised as sniffers did the same. In addition to some of his trusted subordinates, the bandit leader led dozens of elite backbones and personally braved the arrows and stones to climb the ladder to attack the city. When they reached the top of the city wall, the smell of roasted meat was the first to reach their nostrils. They resisted the urge to vomit and placed the soles of their feet on the hot brick ground. They quickly charged in the direction of the tower. The fire dragon arrived as expected. The bandit leader raised his cloak and used the mud on it to block the flame. The mud quickly dried, cracked, and even the surface of the mud was pottery. However, it did indeed block the sticky flame outside the cloak, except for a few unlucky fellows. Because the mud on their cloaks was burned by the flame, they had no choice but to turn into human torches in their own wails. Hurry up and rush to the tower. The dry mud can help you block the rain of arrows. As long as they could rush there, the bandit leader was very confident that he could use the scimitar in his hand that was enchanted with a sharp spell to break the iron fence in one fell swoop and rush in to kill the guards, buying some time for the other bandits below the city wall to occupy the top of the city wall. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.